All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 149. I want to thank everybody for being here so early. Some of you may have, some of you probably came in thinking that the podcast had already started or something was going wrong because it happens every now and again. I think this is maybe like the second, possibly the third time it's ever happened where, I normally have my intro credits rolling and I have them roll for about 4 to 5 minutes, sometimes 6 minutes, give or take. And I have it on a loop, obviously. And this time I forgot to put it on loop. So after the credits ended, it's just my empty chair, with nothing going on. So I had to come back and put that up because I wasn't quite ready to start. And that's the funny thing, I think people, assume that I'm just sitting here kind of waiting with that 5 minute credit roll. But the reality is actually no, I'm getting some stuff sorted out right before I go live. In this case, and what is usually the case, I end up, getting my coffee together, getting my wife settled in the other room, because she's limited in what she can do. Just getting everything kind of taken care of. And, and yeah, BB12 saying MBG feeling better after state of shock. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I know I was a little bit, I don't know. I still feel like everything I said, for those who, watched my live reaction to the state of play, I still, stand by everything I said. And I'll talk more about that today. So yeah, I just want to, start off this episode by once again just thanking everybody for being here. Thank you guys for your continued support. It's always really cool to just kind of see the amount of people that show up even before I come on camera, just showing their anticipation and clearly, it being part of your routine as well as it being part of my routine. So I just very much look forward to that. It's always, it always brings a sense of joy to my life. So thank you guys for that. And I do have some super chats from the start, which is awesome as well. And so I will get to those momentarily, and this will be a good time for me to just kind of let everybody know. If you're new here or maybe just need a reminder, some ways you can help support my channel, support Press X Podcast, and overall just support what I do here. Hitting that like button, as I say, just simply taking a second out of your time to hit that like button. It helps with YouTube's algorithm. It allows more people who maybe are unaware of this podcast or of this channel to be exposed to it. So that way, we can maybe continue to grow this awesome community and bring more people on board, like-minded people, which would be great. So hit that like button for me. Other ways you can help support the channel if you want to go above and beyond is you can donate a super chat. You guys are always very generous and very supportive with the super chats week over week. And, I always say it and I will continue to say it. I literally couldn't do what I do here with this show on a weekly basis or with the content that I produce throughout the week if it wasn't for your continued support. So if you feel so inclined and if it's within your means, consider donating a super chat. It's a good way to kind of keep the conversation going as always with the podcast or to derail the podcast potentially, depending on, whether you want to be chaotic, neutral, or good. And another way you can help support the podcast and my channel in general, if you feel so inclined, is to become a channel member. This is a way for you to kind of support what I do month over month. So big shout out to all of my channel members. I appreciate you guys showing your support consistently each month. Really appreciate it. So those are ways you can help support the podcast, help support the channel, and help support me directly if that's something you want to do. But with that being said, we have certainly some topics that we're going to discuss over the course of this episode. Now, what I've decided I'm going to do from now on is not run down the entire list of topics at the beginning of each show, because the reality is I think I end up leaving some people disappointed. If I end up talking about a topic that I plan to discuss and then because of the nature of this podcast, it being live and a little bit chaotic at times, sometimes I don't get to that particular topic. And I think some people are left feeling quite disappointed. So What I will do at this point is just let you know the topics I'm going to discuss that are in the title, because the topics that are in the title, 99.9% of the time, I'm guaranteed to discuss. So we're going to be talking about PlayStation 5's Phase 2. I feel like we're kind of discussing Marvel at this point, right? Like if you follow Marvel, they have the different phases within their universe. I think Marvel's now entering Phase 5 or something like that. I don't know if this is the actual terminology that Sony's using, but it's the terminology that the particular insider that we're getting this information from. That's the terminology they're using. Apparently, Sony is prepping a massive Phase 2 showcase for the PS5 to basically set up what will be Phase 2 of the PlayStation 5 and exclusive games for the next probably 2 years, maybe beyond that. Which is interesting because I never really kind of considered, that idea that maybe Sony is looking at it as like phases, which is why maybe they've been a little bit more inconsistent with their first party announcements. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about the state of play. That's not necessarily in the title, but that goes with, PS5 second phase. We're going to talk a little bit more about the state of play. So it won't necessarily just be like an off the cuff reaction that, you saw from me immediately after the show. This will be a little bit more thoughtful, a little bit more relaxed. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up ranting. You never know. And we're going to talk about Metal Gear. I know people are getting very much tired of it, and I understand. And I know that people think that I just want to, keep talking about Metal Gear just for the sake of it. That's not true. I mean, don't get me wrong. I could talk about Metal Gear all day, every day. But in this case, we actually do have an update on what to expect from Konami in regards to Metal Gear Solid this year, because there certainly are high expectations. We're going to talk about Sony and how PlayStation is dominating Xbox. Now, hold up before you get upset. Don't shoot the messenger. It's not me saying that. I'm not claiming that. No, this is coming from Microsoft themselves. You may have noticed the pie chart that I put on the thumbnail of this podcast, where it looks like Pac-Man eating up Xbox, blue Pac-Man. I didn't make that pie chart, nor did Sony. That pie chart actually comes directly from Microsoft themselves. So we're going to talk about where Sony kind of stands right now when it comes to the competition, and, talk about how this can be good, obviously. But basically, I just want to talk about this in the context of, how should we feel about it? How should we feel about the things that Microsoft is saying about PlayStation? Not how Sony should feel about it. How should we feel about it? Because I feel like at the end of the day, that's probably what matters. I mean, obviously, how the regulators feel about it is what matters most. But next best thing is, I think, how we feel about it, because we can't really determine how the regulators feel. They're going to make their decisions. And obviously, we're going to talk about a bunch of other things over the course of this podcast as well. You guys know how it goes. That's the nature of doing this show live. There's always a bit of unpredictability, sometimes a lot of unpredictability. So those three topics, I can guarantee you we will be discussing before this show ends. Now, I do have other topics listed that we may end up getting to. So maybe they'll just be like a bit of a surprise. But before I dive into any topics, I want to acknowledge these super chats that you guys are donating. Again, thank you so much for that. We have New Soul 9. Thank you so much, man, donating $40, which is great. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to read both your super chats back to back here. You're saying, MBG, I have a small disagreement. You said that even though facts are on Microsoft's side, it doesn't make the deal any less big. But in my eyes, the whole point of looking at facts and evidence is to determine if this deal is actually that big as we perceive it to be, or as big as we perceive it to be. I hope that made sense, and you're laughing about that. I would love to hear your thoughts. Hope you're doing well. Well, thank you for that, man. I am doing well. So to kind of let me try to read this back again just to fully understand. You're saying you said that the facts are on Microsoft's side, doesn't make the deal any less big. The whole point of looking at facts and evidence is to determine if this deal is actually as big as we perceive it. Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying, New Soul 9. So, this is talking about the Activision Blizzard deal once again. And essentially, to kind of summarize what you're saying here, or to frame it differently, or word it differently, I should say, you're basically saying that, and I can only assume you're referencing what I said last week. I think it was last week, where I basically went on this tangent about how, Sony, the fact of the matter is Sony is dominating Xbox in a lot of areas, in almost every area. And the fact of the matter is that PlayStation, you look at the numbers don't lie. PlayStation is in a very dominant position when it comes to, competing against Xbox. But what you're really pointing out here is, okay, sure, Sony is dominating and Microsoft is leveraging that as a way to say, see, this is why we should be allowed to buy Activision Blizzard. But Sony's whole argument, and the main argument, I would say, against Microsoft getting Activision Blizzard is pretty simple. And it's what you're saying, New Soul 9. It's that this is just simply too big. This is too much. This is too big of a publisher for any one platform holder, such as Microsoft, to acquire. This is too much for one platform holder to have. And, Sony is leaning into this, basically saying that, hey, just letting the regulators know that if Microsoft is allowed to have Activision Blizzard, that's going to hurt all of gaming. That's actually going to hurt competition, not help it. It's just too big, right? Call of Duty itself, by itself, is simply too big. But then you think of all of Activision Blizzard and you think of King. And so, the percent, you use the word perceive, how big is this perceived to be? And that's the important thing to focus on with this conversation, is the perception, because as unfortunate as it may be in life, perception is often the reality. I feel like all you have to do is take a good look at the internet, look at the misinformation, look at the things that people make up, look at the things that begin to circulate to a point where people just take it as the truth, even though it's not. So they're perceiving something to be the truth, and it couldn't be further from it. Now, I will say this. From my point of view, looking at the facts, here's a fact. Fact number one, yes, as I said, PlayStation is very much dominating the market compared to Xbox. They are very much, very, very far ahead of Xbox in many different ways. That's a fact. And I think that Microsoft coming out, and, this is basically one of the topics that I wanted to discuss, Microsoft coming out, highlighting a pie chart that says, see, look at the global market share that PlayStation has compared to Xbox. We're getting decimated here. They're not talking about Nintendo necessarily. They're not talking about PC, as we discussed. And the reason for that seems to be because the regulators, at least the EU regulators, don't really count that. They're just looking at PlayStation versus Xbox here. And, so yeah, this is something that Microsoft absolutely can and should lean into, to use it against Sony, to use it as factual proof. Like, here are the numbers. Look at how bad we're getting beat. And that obviously does not bode well for Sony, because it's like, what is Sony going to do? Deny it? They can't. Sony can't deny it because this is hard data. Can't deny it. But another fact here is, in my opinion, well, those two things don't go together. I guess I feel the need to say in my opinion, because I know that, there are going to be people who disagree and people who say that, no, you're wrong, MBG. But I think it's a fact. I'm sorry. I know they say, facts don't don't care about your feelings. It's true. The fact of the matter is Activision Blizzard is too big of a publisher to be owned by a platform holder. That's a fact. That's not to say that the outcome, and this is the very important thing I want you to understand, that's not to say that the outcome that we're being told is the true outcome. Okay? That's something where we don't know the fact of the matter when it comes to the outcome, because it hasn't happened yet. We don't know. These are all assumptions, assessments, right? Predictions. Sony is saying that this will be very bad for the industry and competition, and obviously very, very bad for them. That could be true. That could not be true. Microsoft is saying that's nonsense. This will be good for the industry. This will actually help gamers. This will actually help the gaming industry. And to me, it's pretty clear that if you're trying to assess something that we can't necessarily say is set in stone, we don't know the answer. We don't know the true implications of Microsoft owning Activision Blizzard. We can only make our best guess. I feel like the best thing to do in this situation is to look at Sony and realize that Sony is taking a very extreme approach, which is basically saying this is the worst thing ever. This is going to completely rattle the entire industry and destroy certain things. You know, that's essentially what, if you read between the lines, that's what Sony is saying. And another thing that Sony's trying to say is that it's going to hurt PlayStation very, very badly, and potentially to a degree in which they can't recover from it. Okay, that's what Sony's saying. And to me, that's an extreme circumstance. You know, they're painting an extreme picture. But if you look at what Microsoft's saying, I think they are on the other end of the spectrum, where Microsoft is being very extreme about downplaying it, being like, it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, Microsoft even went out of their way to say that Call of Duty isn't even a special game, you know? And it's like, you know, to me, that's extreme. All of that is very extreme to basically make it seem like you are a weak $2 trillion company that doesn't already have like what, 24, 25 studios or something like that, and a boatload of IP and developers. You know, I feel like this is where we see both ends of the spectrum, and they're both very extreme. So if I had to give my best assessment on what the actual answer is, you know, I can't predict the future, but if I had to try, I'd say the answer probably lies somewhere in the middle, right? Realistically speaking, worst case scenario, if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard, I don't think it's going to hurt Sony at nearly as much as Sony wants to try to convince the regulators it will. It's certainly not going to kill PlayStation. It's not going to end PlayStation, but it will give PlayStation a run for its money. It will rattle PlayStation's cage to a degree in which they're going to have to find a way to respond relatively aggressively. Again, it also depends on what Microsoft ends up doing. If what Microsoft is saying is true, Sony might not have to really worry that much at all. If Sony's true fear is losing Call of Duty, they're not going to lose Call of Duty, not anytime soon. Sony's true fear might be Call of Duty going into Game Pass, at which point, yes, that's going to squeeze Sony, and that's going to put them in a bit of a bind. But is it going to kill them? Is it going to end PlayStation? Is it going to make them suddenly become third place in market share? No, but it might level the playing field a little bit more than Sony would like. And I think that's exactly what Sony wants to avoid. When it comes to Microsoft, you know, is this deal going to be as amazing for the industry as they're making it sound? No, I don't think it is. Although I will say there is a case to be made where maybe Microsoft is correct to a certain degree, simply because if you look at the way Activision Blizzard has operated independently, you know, they've done quite a bit of damage to the industry. They've done quite a bit of damage to, you know, some of their development teams, certainly, and some of their IP. And so I guess it's really just a question, like, do we believe in Microsoft's ability to properly manage Activision Blizzard, you know, better than the current Activision Blizzard management that's in place? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no simply because Microsoft is going to still allow Activision Blizzard to be autonomous, right? Just like they are with Bethesda. In fact, I even saw an article circulating where Bobby Kotick claims that after this deal goes through, he's still going to remain in charge at Activision Blizzard. He's still going to be the CEO, which is like the last thing that anybody wants, at least publicly anyway. And I'm sure internally, a lot of people don't want that either. So, you know, I know this is a very long-winded answer, but I think it's a good question you pose, New Soul 9. And I think the perception, as I said, does become reality. But I feel like if you just try your best to stick to the facts, right, such as the fact that Sony is dominant, the fact that Microsoft is making the biggest acquisition in gaming history by a mile. You know, these are facts that are undeniable. And I will say, to kind of close out this super chat, at the end of the day, I think what people naturally gravitate towards is they want to know, like, who's right here and who's wrong. And here is another cold hard fact for you. When it comes to something such as this Activision Blizzard acquisition deal, there is no right or wrong. It's business. And in business, it's not about morals, it's not about ethics, it's simply about the bottom line. And the hard truth is that Microsoft doesn't care about what's good for the industry at the end of the day, as they try to portray. Microsoft does not care about what's best for the industry. Microsoft cares about what's best for them and their brand, that being Xbox, and their subscription service, that being Game Pass. Just like Sony, at the end of the day, yes, they come out and they say, we care about our players and we're trying to protect our players. But the reality is, as we've seen with MLB The Show, it's not about the players. And I know that some diehard PlayStation fans don't want to hear this, but it's just, again, facts don't care about your feelings. Sony lost MLB The Show. Now it's a day and date release on Game Pass. Do you think Sony is matching that by releasing MLB The Show day and date on PlayStation Plus? Nope. They're happy to take the full price sales that they know they're going to get from the people who are loyal to their platform. So that's in the best interest of Sony and their bottom line and money. And when Sony is out here basically saying that, oh, we're doing this for the players, Sony, I get it. You have to say what you have to say. We all know why you're doing this. You're doing this to protect your market share, as you should, as any company should and would do. But we just need to get this notion out of our minds that these companies care about us as individuals, that they care about the health of the industry. At the end of the day, the only thing a company cares about is their bottom line and their profitability and how happy their shareholders are. And they are just going to, as long as you view it through that lens, your perception will not be too far off from reality. So hopefully that's a well-rounded answer, as best I could give anyway. So thank you for that, New Soul 9. Moving along here, though, we have PlayStation Pete saying, all right, MBG, you haven't experienced gaming until you've tried PlayStation VR 2. It's a life-altering experience. You have to try it. I believe it, PlayStation Pete. I believe it. And I've been reading what you guys have been telling me about your experience with PSVR 2 so far. And it seems to be that the general consensus between everybody who plays it for the first time is exactly what I've been hearing for quite some time now. And that is, it may sound like hyperbole, but a lot of people are saying, like, yeah, it's a life-changing experience to a degree, like in terms of your gaming life, right? And for some people, it goes beyond that. And that's why I'm like, I'm taking it slow. I'm remaining patient, and I'm not gonna. Gavin in the chat says it sounds like DMT. I don't know that it's necessarily that life-changing. Right? I don't know that it's necessarily that life-changing. I don't know that playing PSVR 2 is like the equivalent of taking a psychedelic, but I don't know. I haven't tried it. So you're saying, MBG, you would love Drums Rock on VR 2. Yeah, I saw that game. And the air guitar game, like, these actually look like really cool experiences. So again, I can't necessarily share in the PSVR 2 experience at launch. I don't know when I'm going to be able to, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm still thinking about GT7 because I've been seeing a lot of people coming out and being like, dude, GT7 is completely mind-blowing in PSVR 2. And that's, to me, that's very tantalizing. It is. So happy to hear you're enjoying PSVR 2, PlayStation Pete, and thank you for the super chat. Subtext, you're saying, did you play the new Wolong demo? So good. Actually, I did download it and I played it for, I think, about 30 minutes until I had to hop off. I just kind of wanted to get an idea of it, and the character creation system is so in-depth, it made me kind of freak out because I don't want to spend like 3 hours creating my character. So I just quickly created a character as best I could. I made him look somewhat how I wanted him to look, but I didn't go like crazy with it. And I just kind of wanted to see what the game felt like, see what it looked like. So I played it for maybe about a half hour. Feels really good. The one thing about this game that I have to admit, it's kind of like, it's not doing it for me and it's making me shy away from it, is the one thing I did pick up on within my half hour, maybe 45 minutes of playing it, is that, man, there are a lot of systems. Like, there are just so many systems so many like things in this game where I'm like, oh man, this seems like the combat feels amazing, and the combat is awesome, and I like, I get the basic idea of like, oh, there's gear and there's stats. I know it's an RPG, but man, it feels daunting. It really does, and it makes me feel like, how much am I gonna have to learn here? Because I'm feeling like it's a lot, and it definitely puts me off a little bit. So I think I'm just, I guess the question I have, because I know that Wo Long Fallen Dynasty is pretty much the spiritual successor to Neo, and I never did get to play Neo. I guess my only question is, can you play this game very like simply? Like, can you play it like just attack, block, time, or parry, timing, and just make sure you keep your gear and your stats, keep progressing them? Is it can it be that simple? Or is this one of those games where it's like you gotta learn certain systems and you gotta, you have to be able to kind of learn the game inside and out to master it and to basically overcome it? Hanzo, you're saying it can be simple. Saying unfortunately, I don't think so. You can stick to one thing. Okay, well that's helpful. Well, so my experience with Neo is kind of the same thing where I think I played a demo for Neo. I think it was Neo that I'm thinking of. I know I played it at one point and it was like the exact same thing where I'm like, man, this game feels great, but I'm like, dude, I don't know I don't know what I'm doing. I don't like, there's too many systems here and it's overloading my brain and I feel like I can't keep track, and it basically makes me run away from the game to a degree. Um, but it's funny because the reason why I was even interested in this game and I tried Neo in the past was because I'm a big Dark Souls fan. Loved Elden Ring as well. And Elden Ring, even as somebody who completed all the Dark Souls games, even Elden Ring felt even more daunting to me. I'm like, man, there's a lot here to unpack, and sometimes I don't enjoy that in games. I know that there are people, they love the complex systems and the overall complexity of games and RPGs specifically, or action RPGs. And I like it to a degree, but I got to be honest, when I say I'm getting to a point in my life where like I just prefer very simple systems, simple but effective systems. I have a respect and an appreciation for very deep systems, and sometimes those are the most rewarding because you have to spend the most amount of time and effort really learning them, and you get a lot more back from that. But just the way I interact with games these days, I truly do prefer like relatively simple systems that are just very basic, but as I said, effective. But I don't know. I'm gonna try to spend more time with the demo. We'll see if I end up getting it or not. I'm still playing Hogwarts Legacy, and this is another game where, again, the size of Hogwarts Legacy, the amount of stuff to do, it feels quite daunting. And I have, unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, I have a limited amount of time to play games these days. So for me, I've just really been focused on Hogwarts Legacy, but I definitely wanted to try Wo Long. And there's another game that I want to play too, but I don't know when I'm going to get around to it, and that is that's Wild Hearts. I've been hearing really good things about Wild Hearts, and I've been seeing gameplay of it, and I'm like, this looks really good. But it looks. I played Monster Hunter in the past, and it's another game where it's like, man, there's a lot of systems here. Like there are just some games that I feel like once you pick it up and you decide to play it, you have to commit to it. You really do. Like you have to commit to, you got to learn this game, man. You can't really, for me anyway, I feel like I can't really play anything else because I'm going to get too sidetracked. I'm not going to be able to get everything out of this game that I know I need to get. So, yeah, I mean, I will admit Wild Hearts, visually speaking, does not look that impressive, especially for a game that's current gen only, but the gameplay looks really like pretty good to me. It does. It looks like it's basically a Monster Hunter clone, but there are a couple of different things they're trying. But yeah, I think Wild Hearts looks interesting, and it's just interesting to me that it's published by EA. But yeah, I did play it subtext. Let me see here. Andrew, you're saying member for 6 months. Thanks, man. You're saying, hey, MBG, I spoke to Jim Ryan. He said he won't put out a showcase until you play Final Fantasy VIII. Dude, I'll tell you right now, if that was the truth, I'd play Final Fantasy VIII right now. Right now. But I feel like, look, we'll talk about that, man. I know. The joke of MBG constantly talking about a showcase. I saw somebody leave a comment on my video yesterday. We're like, all right, we're taking bets now. You know, how many days in a row do we think MBG is going to talk about the showcase? The joke, by the way, for those who don't know, the joke about Final Fantasy VIII is because people have explained to me through super chats and through the chat itself the combat system of Final Fantasy VIII, which sounds very strange to me. And I still have yet to see it, but people basically want me to not only see it, but eventually play it. Don't know if that's ever going to happen. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, there you go. You liked Final Fantasy VIII, but it was controversial. Oh, speaking of Final Fantasy, I don't have this written down as a topic, by the way, but I think it's worth mentioning. Apparently, if the rumors are to be believed, and they seem to be pretty locked in right now, next week, or technically this week, since a new week in America anyway starts on Sunday, Final Fantasy 16 hands-on impressions. Apparently, this is what we can expect in the coming week. We're going to start to hear our first impressions from around the industry of how Final Fantasy 16 plays, what it's like. And this should be very interesting because there's a lot of expectation behind Final Fantasy 16. And, I think some diehard Final Fantasy fans are not necessarily thrilled with the direction it's going in with the almost Devil May Cry-like combat. I personally think it looks incredible, but I understand that, some people might not be on board. So I'm going to be very interested to hear what people are saying about it and how other people are reacting to it as well. So hopefully those rumors turn out to be true. And also, apparently this upcoming week, this is when Microsoft's going to announce the upcoming Starfield showcase. Now, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to stream this or not. I feel like it would be kind of, disingenuous of me to stream a Starfield showcase because I've made it clear that I'm not excited for this game, man. Like, they're not going to show me anything that makes me suddenly be like, oh yeah, this is it. Now I'm into it. But it would give me something to do. I gotta admit. But I don't know. It's tough because I feel like if I stream a Starfield showcase, I can kind of already predict what's going to happen. I'm going to go into it knowing that I'm not excited for it, and because of that, I'm going to be thoroughly probably unimpressed by what I see, and I'm not going to have great things to say about it, and I'm going to be like, I'm just going to be kind of like the odd man out a little bit. But I know you guys like when I stream stuff, so I don't know. We'll think about it. I'll think about it. I don't know if I feel comfortable necessarily streaming something knowing for a fact that, like, I'm not playing this game. It makes me feel a little bit strange, but I don't know. I have to, I you guys clearly want me to, so we'll see. I'll think about it. But I will tell you, the one thing I am going to be paying attention to when we get that Starfield showcase is, as I've been saying for a long time now, this Starfield show that they're putting on, to me, this is basically going to be Microsoft doing what Sony's been doing for a little while now, which is doing dedicated stated plays for their big games to get people ultra hyped. Let's see if it does the job, man. Let's see if it does the job. You would give Xbox clip ammo to drag your name. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Starfield to me doesn't look that impressive. It doesn't look bad. I mean, to me, it looks like a Bethesda RPG. And to me, Bethesda RPGs have never, I don't know, they've never stood out to me as anything that special. But hey, that's just me. I've heard people talk about these games, and for a lot of people, they're like life-changing for them. And I respect that. I know exactly what that's like. So, I have no ill will towards Bethesda or their RPGs or Starfield. The only thing I'm really fascinated in seeing is, now that Starfield is basically an Xbox exclusive, I'm really interested to see if, like, this is the game that does the type of heavy lifting for the Xbox brand that Microsoft was hoping it would do. That's what I'm interested in seeing. Luigi, you're saying, are you going to comment on Microsoft's circus show in the EU? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. There's another point that I want to discuss about that, and I'm going to get to that. Basically, about some comments that Microsoft as well as Activision Blizzard together made. And also, I don't know if you guys saw, speaking of this, man, there is this, I forget, her name is Lulu Maservi Cheng, I think that's her name, but she's like a high executive at Activision Blizzard, and she's on Twitter. I think she's like the communications director. I don't know what she is, but she's something important at Activision Blizzard, the COO or something. And she put out a meme, like no joke. I'm not even kidding. Like she actually put out a meme. It was of it's of the person riding the bike and then putting this stick inside their own spokes and then falling off the bike and in pain. And the meme was basically pointing out that like Sony says, "Oh no, we're afraid we're going to lose Call of Duty if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard." And then Microsoft offers the 10-year deal and something like that. And then basically pointing out that Sony is being hypocritical. And I'm just like, this is crazy to me. Like, yeah, I mean, look, I get it, man. I like making jokes and I can laugh at stuff, but it's like when you're an executive, you're supposed to be a professional at this company, and you're out here posting memes. I mean, it is what it is, man. People, I guess, like that, but to me, that's a little bit strange. You know, that's a little bit strange to me. But she's also the same person that basically said, hey, FTC, the people who were suing Microsoft for this acquisition, take a look at The Last of Us HBO. See how well that's doing? You should let us have Activision Blizzard. It's like, what? What? Like, if anything, you're pointing out why you shouldn't get Activision Blizzard. Because the last time I checked, The Last of Us is a Sony-created and owned intellectual property that they built themselves from the ground up. And they've grown it over the last decade to make it, to get it to a point where it now has a very successful HBO adaptation. That is the literal opposite of what you're trying to do. I don't know how this is helping your case. Makes no sense. But anyway, before I get too sidetracked, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Subtext, you're saying, don't fall for it. Final Fantasy VIII ain't for you. But Final Fantasy 16 hands-on previews have been confirmed to drop Tuesday. Can't wait to see those. Has it been confirmed? I'm not surprised. I've been seeing it circulating, so if it's confirmed at this point officially, that makes sense. And you're saying Tuesday, so awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very much looking forward to hearing about Final Fantasy 16, and you're saying Final Fantasy 8 ain't for you. Wouldn't it be funny if like I watched gameplay of Final Fantasy 8 and I'm like, this game looks incredible. I got to go play this. That would probably be quite the shocker. But yeah, by this point, a lot of you guys probably know what I'm into and what I'm looking for in a lot of my games. So, if you're saying it's not for me, it's probably not. It's probably not. Whiskey Gaming, thank you so much, man, for the generous $50 donation. That's very, very, very kind of you. You're saying what's crazy is the PS3/360 gen was competitive. Sony messed up, Xbox capitalized. Then Xbox damn near imploded with the Xbox One, and Sony rebounded with the PS4. Xbox wants to use their own failures against Sony. Kind of sad argument. Hope you've been well. Well, thank you, man. I am doing well. And yes, I love this super chat, Whiskey Gaming, because it's absolutely true. Microsoft is doing the thing that we never thought they would do. And it's actually quite ironic, which is they're now weaponizing, as you said, their own failures. And the reason why I say, you'd never imagine them doing this is because, this isn't normal. It's not normal behavior. It's not normal to see a company or a business that is failing due to their own missteps, basically come out and say, look, we suck so bad. We need some help here. Like we need to be allowed to just kind of, get this major boost by just paying for it. It's, as I said earlier, it's not about what's right or wrong, but I am a human being. I'm a person. I'm not an android. I'm not a robot. I'm not a cyborg. I'm not an algorithm. Like, I'm going to view what people, and that's the important thing to understand, it's people running these companies and these businesses. I'm going to view the decisions that they make, and I'm going to make judgments on them because I'm human, and that's what we all do. And that's why it's almost impossible not to talk about, what seems to be right or wrong here, what is hypocritical versus what seems to be a factual truth that's undeniable. And what you're pointing out is true, and I've said this multiple times, and again, I don't want to go down the road once again, but I'll do it because I think sometimes, maybe every time, especially during a time like this, people need to be reminded. It is true that the golden age of Xbox in the console space was with the Xbox 360. Okay? And that was when you really saw a chance for Xbox to, really be a viable, not even just a competitor, but a market leader in the console space. Do you know how many PlayStation fans left PlayStation 2 to go to the Xbox 360? That's how good Microsoft was doing. And yes, it did also require some screwing up from Sony. And if you look at how Sony screwed up with the PS3, again, it's the same old song and dance with all of these businesses and all of these companies. It's self-inflicted wounds. It's hubris. It's just pure arrogance. And every time we see this, that's when they get knocked off the top of the hill and they're no longer the king of the hill and somebody takes their crown. And we saw it happen to Sony. Then Microsoft was the king of the hill. And then Microsoft literally did that exact same thing come the next generation. Now, here is what you're basically highlighting, Whiskey Gaming. Microsoft has proven it is not capable of doing what Sony did. Now, you want to talk about a cold, hard fact. That's a cold, hard fact. And that's a pill that I'll tell you right now, a lot of people don't want to swallow. Mainly people who are diehard Xbox fans, Xbox fanboys that just don't want to hear any, and maybe some will admit it, but that's the reality. Sony didn't come out and buy publishers to make the comeback with the PS4. In fact, Microsoft screwed up so bad that all Sony had to do, I kid you not, was look at what Microsoft did wrong and just simply say, even that same day, that same night at E3, what was it, 2012, I think it was, or 2013? They just basically had to write on a notepad, okay, Microsoft did what? Okay, we're going to do the opposite of that. They always online? Okay, make sure you don't need an internet connection. You can't share games anymore? Okay, make sure you can. That's all they had to do because that's how bad Microsoft screwed up. And I'm going to give you I'm going to give you just the harsh truth that most people, or at least some people, I don't want to say most, but some people, mainly Xbox fans, they don't want to hear this, but it's true. If it wasn't for Microsoft's copious amounts of money, not Xbox, not the Xbox division, Microsoft, the company, the entire company, if it wasn't for their infinite amount of money, realistically speaking, Xbox would be gone. It would actually be completely gone. Or at the very least, at the bare minimum, they would become a third-party multi-platform publisher by this point. I mean, they're already more than halfway there. um, and this is important to note because that's not Sony was in that exact same position with the PS3. And that's why I need to highlight this and put so much emphasis on this, because Sony's back was there, like the brand, the PlayStation brand, it was legitimately sink or swim, make or break, do or die. And PlayStation could have died if Sony didn't make the right decisions. That generation leading into the PS4 generation, they would have been done. PlayStation would have been gone. Just like Xbox would have been gone if, honestly, if Satya Nadella didn't greenlight these major purchases and acquisitions that Phil Spencer wants to make. And this is important to highlight in a circumstance like this, because it's like, it is, look, I know I try my best to not involve personal emotion and feelings when it comes to giving a objective assessment towards these businesses, but I cannot help but look at this situation and feel like it's kind of bullshit a little bit. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, and I say this from the perspective of, I try to put myself in Sony's, I say Sony's shoes like it's a person, but in the people running Sony and in charge of the PlayStation business, I would be pretty pissed off, truly, if it's like, we were on the brink, we came back, and not only did we come back, but we worked our way to the top again. But, we almost died, but we worked our way to the top. And now we are threatened to be kicked off by a weak competitor who can't match what we do. That's bullshit, dude. That is bullshit. And this is why I just simply cannot get behind the notion of cheering on Xbox right now. Xbox has done nothing, in my opinion, to be offered the benefit of the doubt. If the amount of money they're willing to spend to keep this brand alive is enough for somebody to say, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, I can kind of understand that, but that doesn't fly for me. That doesn't fly for me, because I just feel like, you know what? There's a reason why during the Xbox One generation, no matter what Microsoft did, they couldn't make it work. They couldn't make that comeback. They couldn't turn the corner. They couldn't do it. And the reason for that is simple. It's not rocket science, and some people want to make it seem like it is. It's not. It's because they lacked the competence. They lacked the ability. And I'm not even saying that as an aggressor. I'm saying that as that's reality sometimes in life, is you try to compete and you learn, you know what? I don't have what it takes. That's okay. That's okay. That is the nature of competition. There are winners and there are losers. And we live in a society, and it's kind of, we live in a society. It's been this way since the dawn of time. No one wants to be the loser. No one wants to lose. But look, man, at the same time, when you look at these corporations and you look at these entities, there's no such thing as losing honorably. That doesn't exist. This isn't actually a sport. This isn't actually a competition with a set of rules and referees. And the closest thing we're getting to that are these regulators. But the reality, unfortunately, I think anyway, is that a company will do anything it needs to do to survive. And sometimes that means doing things that don't necessarily seem fair, or don't necessarily seem right. And I don't mean to make it seem like Sony's like some kind of innocent, perfectly run company and business that has never done anything shady. Not at all. Not at all. Sony is not a stranger to doing what they need to do to not only survive, but make their way to the top. I just can't help but, feel frustrated at and I always bring it back down to what I personally want and what I personally care about. I always feel kind of frustrated at the notion that Microsoft is in an attempt to survive, in an attempt to keep the Xbox brand alive and hopefully eventually grow it. They're trying to uproot the industry. And that's something I've always kind of been against because I just like the way the industry has been. I mean, don't get me wrong, it needs improvement. It always has and always will need improvement. And I don't mind having different options, but what I do mind is a multi-trillion-dollar company basically stepping in saying we couldn't compete in the traditional way, in the way that was already established. So we're just basically going to do what nobody else that is a major competitor can do, and we're going to spend a large amount of money that they can't match to then completely change the rules. And I understand, again, there are going to be a lot of people that say that's business, man, and you're right. And that's exactly why I'm saying when we assess these things, it is always in our best interest to try our best to remove any personal, bias or emotion or feelings, even though I fail at that frequently, and I'm sure many of you do too. It's only natural, but you have to try to, because that's the nature of business. The nature of business is things are not fair, and it's not about what's right or wrong. And that kind of sucks, but I just think Whiskey Gaming, I think your super chat's interesting because that's how Microsoft wins right now. As ironic as that sounds, and as backwards as that sounds, Microsoft wins by weaponizing their own failures. And that kind of sucks for Sony because it's like now Sony is going to be punished for doing well. For making the right choices when their competitor was making the wrong choices. Now Sony's going to suffer for that. And I think at the end of the day, when you see certain PlayStation fans get frustrated, that's ultimately why. Because I know a lot of people at the end of the day, they're like, look, who cares, man? Like, I just care about playing good video games. Why do you care about how well Sony's doing, how much money PlayStation's making, or their sales? Listen, it's very simple. It's because I actually feel the exact same way. What I ultimately care about at the end of the day is I want to turn on my PlayStation console and have some great games to play. It just so happens that the company that's manufacturing this console that I bought, they're also the ones making my favorite types of games and the best type of games. And I just can't help but kind of see certain industry trends, such as, live service, as we're seeing, kind of creeping in. And okay, well, Sony's now going to try live service because that's what everybody's doing. And I guess they feel like they have to take their best shot, right? And then you see what Microsoft's doing where it's like, hey, subscription services, day and date exclusives. Meanwhile, we don't know how to properly manage our studios. It's like, what is going on here? Like whatever happened to just take the time and money necessary to make a quality product, sell that product, and you'll likely, if it's good, if it's worth it, it'll likely make its money back and then some, and you'll profit well, and you can just keep that virtuous cycle going, as Jim Ryan put it. So I know it was a bit of a long-winded tangent there, but it's going to continue to happen. And based off of my understanding, when it comes to the whole Microsoft, Sony, Activision, Blizzard acquisition thing, based off my understanding, things are about to get real nasty. Things are about to get really interesting in the coming month or so, in the coming months, but I think starting in March, because I think this is when everything really starts to get into motion, where we're going to start to see, how is this thing going to pan out? And look, I will say this. You guys know I've been on like a seesaw here, right? You're saying it's called MBG. It's called capitalism, buddy. America, baby. I know. And you're right. That's, capitalism can be sharp and it can cut deep and it can be unforgiving. That's the truth. And that's okay. Like, that's not always bad. It's just, it depends on, it depends on your personal feelings on what you think is right, what you think is wrong. And, that's the thing. Human beings are not robots. And that's why no matter how many politicians we have, no matter how many different systems we come up with, that's why at the end of the day, there seems to always be something wrong with something. Somebody can find a flaw because it turns out that we're not perfect. Anyway, I'm not going down that road again. But I guess, to kind of summarize what I'm saying, I just, look, I've been like, you guys know, I've been on like a seesaw with this whole Activision Blizzard thing. And you see how one week I'm like, I wish this would just end and just let Microsoft have them. I don't care. I just want to see PlayStation continue to do what it does best. And then there are other weeks where I'm like, this is bullshit. Microsoft shouldn't be allowed to do this. Microsoft shouldn't just be allowed to come in here and just eat up one of the biggest publishers in the industry like it's nothing and take that away potentially from their competitor. Like, I go back and forth, but at this moment in time, and I've really, really been thinking about it. And I know that some PlayStation fans won't agree with this, but I've really been thinking about this. And the conclusion that I've come to, and this is just for me, I'm not saying you have to feel the same way. How I feel about this, I do want it to end. And I believe that it's going to end with Microsoft getting what they want. And I guess maybe I'm trying to be, I don't know if I'm being like too apologetic. I don't know if I'm being too naive. I don't know if I'm being too optimistic, but I do kind of believe at this point, it's not kind of, I do believe that PlayStation fans can only ultimately get a better version of PlayStation if Microsoft is allowed to have Activision Blizzard out of necessity. And that's the conclusion that I've come to here. And I know that, again, there will be people who disagree with that. I want it to be understood that I don't necessarily believe in just, saying, go ahead, Microsoft, do whatever you want. No, it's just that considering how hard Microsoft is willing to fight for this, and I look at how much Sony seems to care about it, and I ask myself at the end of the day, hold on a second, I have to think about myself here to a degree. How much do I care about Activision Blizzard? How much do I care about Call of Duty? How much do I care about some of these, these Activision Blizzard IPs and properties? And some of them maybe I care about a little bit, but ultimately at the end of the day, I come to the conclusion just for me and me alone that I don't really think I care that much, truthfully. And, I look at the amount of importance that Sony places on an IP like Call of Duty, and I understand that, once Sony, if they were to lose Call of Duty and it goes day and date into Xbox Game Pass, and maybe in the future, as Devil Shooter's pointing out, maybe Crash Bandicoot and Spyro go exclusive, which would be insane to me. Like that stuff, that kind of sucks, right? Like that kind of sucks. But ultimately, all I can think in the back of my mind is that, but this is going to apply pressure to PlayStation to do something, to make up for those losses. And when I think about that, suddenly I kind of feel like, well, maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. Maybe getting a version of PlayStation where suddenly you're not making as much money on Call of Duty. Suddenly, you can't just rely on certain revenue streams. Suddenly now you may have to start putting more effort into other areas. I mean, it's the natural way of things, right? It's the natural way of things. If you lose something that you were used to having, excuse me, saying, you mean like now? Well, yeah, to a degree. There's no doubt that PlayStation console sales, that's the thing that concerns me. I got to be honest. Is like, as somebody who cares about the console space, and I care about, seeing Sony continue to do well in this space, because I prefer the console. That's how I like to play. I like to see it do well. I do worry, like, how many people would actually not buy a PlayStation at that point? Like, how much would it hurt console sales? But then again, it's like if Sony is bragging about a number in terms of how many consoles they can sell, and a big chunk of that number, or at least a good chunk of it, is like, these are just people who are playing Call of Duty, at that point, it's like, well, I don't know. I don't know that I would feel too bad if you lose those sales, because like that kind of, I don't know, that's not helping me, and what I ultimately want at the end of the day, which is I want more exclusives. I want more games from PlayStation that I care about, and Call of Duty just flat out isn't one of them. I do care about the overall health of the platform, of course, but I don't know, man. As I pointed out at the beginning of this tangent, Sony, when their back was against the wall, we got the best version of Sony. That's what I'm trying to point out. When Sony felt the pressure, we got the best version of PlayStation that we've ever seen. And we're continuing to get that version of PlayStation, but there's no doubt that, there has been a little bit, I don't want to say Sony's gotten relaxed or arrogant. They haven't gotten arrogant, I don't think, but you can just sense that they do kind of, they just don't have that major pressure anymore. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. And, I know it may sound crazy that I'm saying this, but as I said at the very beginning, maybe at the end of the day, Microsoft getting Activision Blizzard, what it might actually do is just quite literally level the playing field and not necessarily apply so much pressure to PlayStation that suddenly they're on the ropes again. I mean, the only way Sony would get back on the ropes with PlayStation, in my opinion, is that they would have to fumble pretty damn hard. Sony would have to go out of their way to screw up, in my opinion, to get, back on the ropes. But I think that it would weaken them for sure. It would take them down a peg or two. And I just, I'm almost at the point where I'm wondering, like, well, damn, maybe that's what we need. maybe that would be good, So yeah, I think that was a good way of putting it, Whiskey Gaming. And again, thank you so much for that really generous super chat, man. Keeping it flowing here though, Josh, you're saying GT7 VR is incredible and actually such a game changer, but it is not as crystal clear 4K as the media is making it out to be, unless my unit is faulty. So I've actually been seeing some people talk about this where they're saying that like PSVR 2, it's like kind of blurry a little bit for them. Apparently people are having trouble dialing it in to exactly where it needs to be, and people are having more trouble than I think expected. So I don't know that it's a faulty unit, man. It might be you got to mess around with it a little bit, because apparently, again, not based off of firsthand experience, but what I've been hearing is there's a sweet spot you have to find, and it's different for each person. So you might want to mess with that a little bit and see if that helps. But I don't know, man. I do also want to say, like, if you mess with it over and over again and something still seems off, it could ultimately be a defective unit. I feel like that would be not necessarily expected, but it's a possibility, for any new piece of hardware. Subtext, you're saying all Microsoft offers are deals with the devil. Game Pass is the, quote, best value, but Ori developers just said their next game is make or break for them financially. The Series S limited Baldur's Gate, Wild Hearts, etc. Oh, yeah, guys, did you see that again, nonsense on Twitter, a Baldur's Gate developer, or I think the director of marketing for this game or for the studio, they responded to a tweet that I put out where I said that, Baldur's Gate apparently doesn't have a exclusivity deal with Sony, because some people thought that it did because there was no Xbox version announced, just the PlayStation and PC version. So naturally, understandably, people thought that there was an exclusivity deal in place. And they came out and they responded and they're like, look, we don't have any exclusivity deal. They were pretty honest, and I appreciate that. They were just like, look, we're having trouble getting, I think it was split screen co-op working on the Xbox version of this game. And I think it was even implied, or maybe they even said it. They said it was their lead developer. Okay. And they even said that, that's why they didn't want to announce it yet for Xbox, because, they don't feel confident enough about it. They said they'll announce it when they're ready. And, I pointed this out, and I said that I believe the way I worded it was Baldur's Gate isn't coming to Xbox yet, or isn't releasing on Xbox yet, due to the developers running into some technical difficulties. And the lead developer responded by saying, like, the game isn't out yet. The game hasn't released on any console yet because it's not August 31st. So it's like, okay, I get it. Like, I'm not trying to throw shade at your company or your, your development team or anything like that. I guess maybe I shouldn't have used the word yet, because using the word yet, I guess, if we're getting, semantics, if we're getting into the semantics of it, I guess it's like it implies that the PS5 version is already out, and maybe they could, maybe they could end up getting an Xbox version ready in time. So, and yeah, that's true. I will say there's quite a bit of time between now and August, so I get that. I'm not trying to get in the way of any developers or bring any negative press towards their game or anything. But I guess all I'm saying is I find it interesting because I said a long time ago, and I still see many people kind of pointing out that, like, it really seems like some developers are finding the Xbox Series S and the fact that they cannot release a game on the Xbox platform unless it's running on the Series S. Some developers are finding that problematic, and I would be shocked. I frankly, I would be shocked if that's not the reason they're having trouble, trying to create absolute parity between between this game. So I don't know. I just thought that was something interesting, but here's something else I'll say too, and I'm just gonna say it real quick. It's not really that important. If there's one thing I've learned, is that you can't really talk badly about things like Game Pass and the Xbox Series S, because Microsoft kind of has a shield around those products due to the perceived value, right? Like, oh, I can get the best bang for my buck, and it's being financially conscious, I guess, in a time when, the economics are not great. Inflation's through the roof still. So I get that. I get that people don't want to see it, but it's like, at the same time, I don't know, man. I've been watching more Digital Foundry analysis videos, and I'm not trying to be a dick when I say this. But I might come off as a dick. Like, I don't know why anybody would buy a Series S. Like, I don't see. I'm looking at a lot of these games running on the Series S, and I'm just like, how is this next gen? Like, how is this even remotely next gen? But I guess, for some people, it's one of these situations where it's like, if that's their only way to get current gen games, right? If that's their only way, I get it. But I don't know, man. Considering what let me ask you, just because I'm a little bit out of the loop. You know what? Rather than ask you, I'll just go check myself. I just want to make sure I get my facts straight before I say this. Okay, so the Series S is still, it's like $300. Although I'm seeing a lot of listings for like $250, but these look like, I see like a Fortnite Series S bundle, Rocket League $300. So basically, this console, as far as I'm aware, this console is still $300, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm not, you guys know, I'm not trying to encourage digital games, but I would say if you wait until Sony releases the new version of the PS5 that offers a detachable disc drive, just pay the extra $100, like save the money if you need to. Pay the extra $100 and get the base model PS4. Yeah, buy a PS4. Get the base model PS5, because it's just like, dude, the PS5, I'm sorry, man, like it completely stomps the Series S. That's how I view it, like, I view it as like $300 for a quote unquote next gen console. Yeah, that's the best deal. But when you compare that for just $100 more, like, just save that $100. It's a night and day difference between what you're going to get with the PS5 versus the Series S. Night and day difference. But it is what it is, I think it's very telling, frankly, when Well, but yeah, that's true. They're both digital only. That's true. That's true. I did forget that the Series S is digital only. So yeah, I actually I'm gonna say it. Full on here. If you're somebody who's considering getting a Series S because it looks very appealing to you for $300, I would recommend, in all seriousness, like put that $300 aside and take a little bit more time to save up that extra $100 and get a digital PS5. Now, the only problem with that is I don't know how abundant the digital PS5s are. So, you might run into a problem potentially trying to secure one. So that's why I also encourage maybe wait until the new version comes out. Because when the new version of the PS5 comes out, it's going to be digital only. And you'll be able to buy a disc drive separately. So, Wrestling Mark says, bruh, this is sad. I mean, I'm just saying, man, I've been paying a little bit of attention to the Series S, and I don't know, man. I don't get it. To each their own at the end of the day, though. To make it crystal clear, buy what you want. If something's appealing to you and you think you're going to enjoy it, buy it. I'm just giving my own recommendation. Saying the Series S is for people's kids with Game Pass or Fortnite. $200 for Xmas. Yeah, that's can't deny. That's definitely if it's going to be a gift for somebody, it's definitely appealing for sure. I get that. Well, anyway, getting a bit off track here. Josh, you're saying I also picked up the Swordsman VR game, and oh my god, this game is so wicked and hilarious. Still can only play 45-minute intervals because it's too convincing. Really, that's fascinating to me, man. That sounds very fascinating. That you have to stop at a 45-minute mark because it's too convincing. I thought you were gonna, as I was reading that, I thought you were gonna say because you get sick or nauseous from it, but you're saying you have to stop because you're getting too into it. See, that makes me nervous. I don't know if I want something like that. I mean, it sounds awesome, but it also, can something be too good? Can something be too good? Maybe. And Josh, you're saying all in all impressive tech and excited for the future. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Sony, PSVR 2 is now on the market. Let's see how Sony handles it. Let me see here. Hicksock, you're saying returning PSVR 2, it is an uncomfortable fit for me. That's unfortunate, man. That's unfortunate. I guess maybe you're, I imagine there are going to be some people who are not as satisfied with it. That's what's interesting to me about VR is it seems like it's really one of these things where you either are in it or you're not. Because, that's what I'm seeing from people. It's either like, man, this is a mind-blowing experience and I love it and it is for me. But I have seen other people say that they canceled their pre-orders last minute. They're not, they are backing out or they're just not feeling it. Or I have seen a few people, not a lot, but I have seen some people say that they're not. When I say some people, it's probably, I've only seen like one or two people realistically in comments saying that like PSVR 2 or VR in general, like it's, it didn't do much for them. But generally, most people who play it seem to enjoy it. But sorry to hear that, man. David Murray 06, thank you for the dollar donation, man. JDTV member 21 months. Really quick before I read this, I just want to say this. I want to say, because I have a feeling I'm going to get a comment or maybe some comments where people after this podcast is over, they're going to be like, my God, MBG, what is wrong with you? What are you dense? Like, you don't understand that people want to buy it? Because I see people still talking about it in the chat. You don't understand people are going to buy the Series S because they don't care about graphics. They don't care about having the best or even great looking games. They just want to get their foot in the door. Okay. I just want to make it clear, delete that comment you're typing right now. I understand that. And that's why I ended what I said by saying, if you want to buy it, go buy it. If you know it's for you, then it's for you. Who cares what I have to say? I just am simply giving my opinion and my recommendation, which is I think you'd be better off with a PS5 digital for an extra $100. That's all I'm saying. And that's it. I just saying that before I get those comments, because I know they're coming. JDTV member 21 months. They're saying, "What's up, John? I haven't been here for a while. Life got busy. At least now I know that your name is John. Also, could you please wear your clown costume for us soon? Philip Burnell is a man." Okay. Yeah, my last name, I know people are not going to believe this. I know it's going to sound totally unbelievable. My last name is Wick. I know. I don't get it. I don't get it. But that's my last name. So, anyway, also, did you guys see that John Wick 4 trailer? Looks incredible. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Space Gambler Jr. says liar. Look, man. It all adds up. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. Here's the thing, though. My last name is not spelled W-I-C-K. It's spelled W-I-K. All right, so, it's not exactly... Damn, that would have been better. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. My last name is not Wick, but it would be so funny. Dude, if my last name was Wick, I would have to be bragging about that all the time. I said it's spelled W-I-K, but somebody in the chat says W-Y-C-K. That probably would have made more sense. Yeah. Because whose last name is... well, you know what? Somebody's last name is probably W-I-K, so I don't want to, shit on anybody's last name. But I feel like W-I-K... I feel like that doesn't sound like a real last name. Maybe it is, though. Anyway, thank you for that, JDTV. I don't know if the clown wig's ever going to come back, man. I don't know if the... My name is John Caraman. That's my name. Yep. You got it. John Caraman. Oh, my God. PTSD flashbacks. John Hideo. I like that. John Hideo. That can be my name, John Hideo. John Kojima-san. Anyway, let me see here. Josh, you're saying, it shot down. Okay, Josh, you're saying, I'm a person who had PSVR 1 and didn't play it much, so the library of 48 games on offer right now is absolutely massive. I still haven't tried RE8 yet. Yeah, dude, I gotta admit, like, I see people talking about their, not there, but the launch lineup of PlayStation VR 2 and being like, there's like 45 games or something like that, or as you say, 48 games. And that sounds amazing, but on paper, to me, that sounds awful. I'm being real right now. Like, as somebody where it's like, dude, I can't deal with that. I can't have that many games at launch because that's just too many. If there's even 4 games there that I really want to play, that's already too much. So the idea of wading through 48 different games is, again, it's like the word of the day for the podcast, but the word daunting is what comes to mind. That sounds incredibly daunting to me. So, yeah, 48 games. That is an impressive lineup, though, man. Sounds like you're going to have your work cut out for you, Josh. Caped Crusader, you're saying Hogwarts Legacy sold over 12 million copies. Say it one more time. 12 million copies in its first 2 weeks. But yet, a lot of gaming outlets keep pretending as if the game doesn't exist. What did I say? I don't usually brag about being right about something because I don't care that much. I try to be as humble as I can, but this is one area where I got to flex a little bit. And to be honest, I'm just saying, because to me it was so obvious. I said this game is going to be, it's going to sell, it's going to do colossal numbers. It's going to be huge. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be massive. Now, let me tell you, when I hear 12 million copies in 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's outpacing Elden Ring. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not comparing, because Elden Ring is a new IP. But I'm just saying, like, Elden Ring was like a holy shit, look at how this game is selling type game. And I think Hogwarts Legacy is actually doing better than that, which is, It should just go to show you, like, this game is colossal. Absolutely colossal. This game's obviously going to break 20 million. I think, and actually Elden Ring just broke 20 million as well. That was actually a topic I had written down, both of these. So I figured it would probably be brought up maybe in a super chat, but Elden Ring broke 20 million copies on its like year anniversary. And dude, 12 million. I'll tell you right now, this is really bad for anybody who was against Hogwarts Legacy. And maybe there's a lesson to be learned here. This is like, I don't know. I mean, did anybody take it seriously when people were trying to actually boycott this game? This has to be the biggest failure we've ever witnessed. And I think maybe the lesson here is like, you know how they say like all publicity is good publicity? I feel like this kind of proves that. I feel like it does, because it's like this game was already going to do very well, but I feel like all of the screaming and the belligerent behavior that we've seen from people who were against this game for their own personal reasons, I don't think there's anything wrong with making the decision that, I don't want to buy this game, I don't want to support it. That's fine. Speak with your wallet. Absolutely. And, I don't think there's even anything wrong with saying, I'm not happy, with J.K. Rowling, and because of that, I just don't want to support the brand anymore. I think that's fine. Speak your truth. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think that the extreme nature of trying so hard to get this to fail and to not succeed, it just goes to show that, like, see how badly it can backfire? I have no doubt in my mind that a chunk of these sales are from people bringing attention to this game to people who otherwise would have never heard about it or not even known about it. So, did I talk about Metal Gear Solid yet? Not yet. So, very big numbers there for WB. And I gotta tell you, I am so curious to see how this game sells on PlayStation. I can't wait to see next month's NPD report and to get other reports from around the globe. I want to know the ratios. I want to know how much Sony's marketing affected this game, because 12 million copies, I'm genuinely curious how many of these were on PlayStation, man. Because I have to imagine quite a big chunk. Certainly 4, 5, 6 million, something like that. I don't know. I will tell you, Sony's making a lot of money off this game. And this is a great example of, like, a lot of people are saying, how come it seems like Sony doesn't really have a big first-party presence at the beginning of 2023? It seems like they're really lacking. And it's like, well, dude, don't get me wrong. I'm not excited about it, and I'm not happy about it, because I want more first-party presence from Sony. But when you see, like, third-party games like this doing this well, I mean, that is a big deal for Sony. And I don't necessarily think they're feeling the pressure, so to speak. So yeah, big numbers for Hogwarts Legacy. There's Leia. All right, Leia, you know the deal. Shift you over here like that. Okay. Eve, thank you. You're saying, hey, MBG, you are the man, showing up every Sunday no matter what. Most of the times I can't watch you live, but it's nice to know that I got a 4+ hour podcast. Hopefully one day 5+. Just kidding. No, don't doubt it, man. Don't doubt it, Eve. That 5 hour plus podcast is coming. I don't know when, but it's coming at some point. I think if we get a 5 hour plus podcast, it'll probably happen around the time Sony does another showcase, because we're going to talk about that, and I'm very excited. I know. I don't care, man. I don't care. I know people are going to tell me, MBG, we're tired of hearing about the showcase. I don't care. I do not care, because I am going to allow myself to get excited, because I just don't care, man. I'm going to get into that very soon. I just want to make sure I get to the super chats. So thank you for that, Eve. I'm glad you appreciate the podcast, and I just want to say it is always interesting to know, or to think, because you don't always think about it, but it's interesting to think that, like, yeah, there are people where like I am part of their weekly routine. And that's so fascinating to me, where people really do kind of look forward to listening to this at certain points when they're doing certain things throughout the week. Very cool. I'm glad you choose this podcast. I'm very humbled by that notion. So thank you. David Murray, thank you for the super chat. We have Chris B saying, can the clown wig and nose come back if no showcase before June? Okay, so I gotta be careful here. So because I'm so confident that a showcase is coming, I don't think I'm going to go before June, though. I'll say if a showcase doesn't happen before September, I'll probably bring it back. I got to see if I even have the nose anymore. Before September, maybe by like July. If like by the time we get past July and it doesn't happen, I'll probably put the clown wig on at that point, because it's like I will be in disbelief. I will actually be in disbelief to the point where it's like, this cannot be real. Now, at that point, obviously, let's say August 2023 rolls around, no Sony showcase. I'm sitting there with my clown wig. It will be appropriate because I will be the guy. I will be the guy sitting here with the clown wig saying, PlayStation showcase in September, lock it in, baby. So the clown wig will certainly be needed. There we go. All right. Thank you, Crispy. Thank you. PS Reviewer 100, you're saying stream so we can all laugh at Bethesda together. Sony's game sharing ad is still pure gold. So yeah, you're talking about the Starfield showcase that they might do, saying we can laugh at Bethesda together. Maybe. I mean, there's going to be, that game is going to come in hot. It is. We all know it. It's expected at this point. Chris B, you're saying it was so bad back then for Sony. They were selling buildings they owned for generations. Exactly, man. Exactly. Thank you, Chris B, for pointing that out. It was bad. It was really dire. And they made an amazing comeback. And, they did it, in my opinion, fair and square. I'm sorry, but I think they did it fair and square. And to me, that counts for something. Now, do I think Sony got a little bit arrogant by, as PS Reviewer mentioned, the how to share your games? I mean, was that like Sony throwing salt in the wound? Yeah, you didn't have to do that. Karma's a bitch, you didn't have to do that. But man, it was glorious while it was happening, wasn't it? And so this is why. I mean, dude, I feel like Sony maybe contributed to this in more ways than one by just kind of poking Microsoft at times, kicking them while they're down. But again, that's why we can't really necessarily be moralistic when we talk about it. We see Mick Ballsniff. Nice name, dude. Nice name. You're saying it's a good thing nothing you say matters. I mean, I guess, yeah. Don't get me wrong. If I was like an executive or something, and I had to be really aware of what I said, I'll tell you what I wouldn't be doing. I wouldn't be posting memes about Microsoft. That I definitely wouldn't do. That would be pretty bad. But I guess that's the comment to be expected from your name, man. And it says it's your first super chat, so thanks, man. I appreciate that. Josh Z, you're saying the other thing too is that Microsoft is a computer company trying to throw money in the gaming space without understanding how to make and sustain games. Sony and Nintendo have 3 decades of experience. That is true. I think people tend to forget that Microsoft didn't create Halo. Microsoft bought Halo. Yes, I know that might come as a shocker to some people, but Microsoft did buy Halo, and we saw what ended up happening once they let go of Bungie. It's not good. I think that is one of the major reasons why Microsoft is choosing to purchase big publishers like Bethesda, like Activision Blizzard, because they have their shit together. They know what they're doing. And, it's essentially Microsoft just kind of conceding, like, we don't know how to do this. Like, we need to buy companies and businesses that have been doing this, that know how to do this, while we still try to figure it out, because our time's up and we don't, we can't screw around anymore. That's how I see it. But that's a good observation, Josh. I do agree with you in that. This is why I think people do have such a respect for Sony and Nintendo in this area. It's because Sony and Nintendo have proven over decades that like they put in the you know they put in the time and the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears needed to learn the hard way a lot of times how to get it right. And there's something to be said for sheer experience. Goes a long way. And I think in almost anything in life, having experience is what matters most. Like really, at the end of the day, that's the difference maker for almost all things. Those who have experience versus those who are inexperienced and are learning. Top Shotta, you're saying Microsoft made themselves weak on purpose to get around regulators? Think about it. Xbox made more revenue than Nintendo without releasing games. Microsoft has the luxury of not releasing games. That's what's crazy to me about the whole situation is I mean, look, I do want to say everybody I think has been very much focused on, Sony is the one holding back here. Sony's holding back because of the Activision Blizzard deal. But I also want to consider, like, has anybody like considered that maybe Microsoft is also, they have a reason, maybe more of a reason than Sony, certainly, to hold back, right? Because it's true, man. Like they went a whole year. Ever since they announced they are acquiring Activision Blizzard, they have had like the worst. It's over a year now. It's a year and going on 3 months, 2 months. They have had nothing. Like they've had nothing this whole time. And actually, I'm like beginning to wonder. Like, I don't know. I don't know that they're necessarily holding back, but I guess what I mean to say is, if there was ever a time for Microsoft to have its weakest year ever, it's probably now. And they probably do look at that as a good thing because, as you just saw, I want to point this out. Microsoft's Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, he just used this past holiday season as ammunition against Sony. Remember how we were talking about Sony was selling PS5s like crazy, 200% increase, doing huge numbers. Meanwhile, Microsoft is negative 32%. You better believe Microsoft was on top of that, like a fly on shit, basically being like, see, we're getting dominated. And it's like, well, Sony had a game and you guys had nothing. It's like, again, it's trying to obscure the optics, to make them look weird. So yeah, there is truth to what you're saying, Top Shotta, for sure. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying GT7 on VR2 is amazing. Hogwarts is great. Destiny Lightfall on 228. Too much to play. Still, I think Call of Duty should remain independent. I think Call of Duty, I mean, they're not going to remain independent, I don't think. I do think this is going to go through, but I think it'll remain multi-platform for a long, long time. And it's actually interesting because I don't know if you guys saw Microsoft flex the fact that they basically secured another deal with Nintendo and with Nvidia. And something really strange about this is the first press release that Microsoft put out with their deal with Nintendo and Nvidia. They said that they're going to bring both Xbox games and Call of Duty. So people were like, yo, Xbox games? Like, as in, this is you confirming you're becoming a multi-platform publisher? And then people started to wonder, like, oh shit, is Microsoft about to make that same deal with Sony where they're going to start bringing Xbox games to PlayStation? And then I think it was like a day later or within 24 hours, they actually had to edit that press release to specifically remove Xbox games and make it clear that they're talking about Call of Duty. And I think that I'm glad that they clarified that because, yeah, that's like when you say Xbox games, people are going to assume you mean like almost all of your Xbox games, So that to me is interesting. But yeah, man, I'm glad you're enjoying GT7, Hogwarts, saying you're looking forward to Destiny Lightfall. Dude, there's too many games coming out, man. There's just too much to play right now. There is. It's hard to keep up. So hopefully you'll be able to keep up. Okay, Kapapa. Gabriel Ortiz Jr. saying, with the state of ports not running so good on Xbox, like Hogwarts, Atomic Heart, Wild Hearts, I don't know about Wild Hearts. I heard about, obviously, I made a video on Hogwarts Legacy. Atomic Heart, I heard about. That's strange to me. This is a game that has a deal with Xbox to be in Game Pass day and date. Not sure how it's running better, apparently, on PlayStation. I don't know about Wild Hearts, though. I haven't watched that Digital Foundry breakdown yet. You're saying, should Microsoft port Starfield to PS5 so it could run better? Okay, so I want to take bets now. Will Starfield have a 60 FPS option on the Xbox Series X? Taking bets. Not really taking bets, but I'm genuinely curious if you guys think this is the case, because I have seen more people talking about Starfield, and one of the concerns, genuinely, honestly, one of the concerns I've seen from people who are looking forward to playing this game on Xbox, they're afraid that it's going to be capped at 30 FPS, and my lord, I pray for Xbox, bro. I pray for Microsoft. If they do not have a 60 FPS mode, oh man, that it's gonna get slaughtered. It's gonna get slaughtered. And I say that as somebody where I don't care. I don't care. But man, it's gonna get slaughtered if they don't have a 60 FPS mode. At least on the Xbox Series X, that is. But yeah, that's pretty funny to think about. Look, I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to make that a topic, talking about the PS5 versus the Xbox Series X. But I feel like people are getting tired of this topic and like, oh, like who's running games better? Because the truth is the PS5 proved what it needed to prove, and I think everybody's just accepted it at this point. And that is that it's not that the PS5 is more powerful or wiping the floor with the Xbox Series X, but it's just that Sony proved with the PS5, or the PS5 itself, I should say, and Mark Cerny being the architect, they basically just proved that, look, like, it's not about the on-paper numbers, it's not about the teraflops, it's not about what fanboys are saying. Like, it's about how we engineered this thing, and it's gonna do good things for games. Like, it's gonna run games very well, and you're gonna see that. And I think now that we're in the third year of these consoles being out, and we're still seeing results where the PS5, in some cases, is still somehow outperforming the Series X. And, people still say the same thing, man. I still see people say the same thing. We're like, just wait until we go to just next-gen only exclusive games, or not exclusives, but like no more cross-gen. And I'm like, okay, maybe by the fourth year, the fifth year, by that point, who gives a fuck? I'm being serious. Like, I'm not even trying to be rude, but at that point, like, does it matter? The answer is no, it definitely doesn't. And by that point, your fourth or fifth year of these consoles, I'll be honest, like, you're going to see Sony Studios doing some crazy stuff with how their games look and run. We're already seeing that, even with cross-gen. Take a look at Horizon Forbidden West. That's a cross-gen game, which is insane. So just imagine, like, what we're going to start seeing when there's no more cross-gen, and we're seeing these developers, like, fourth, fifth, sixth year of the PS5. May I remind people that The Last of Us Part 2 is a PS4 game. I mean, look, I still feel like The Last of Us Part 2 is like a benchmark game, dude, in terms of just how, like, a game looks, how it feels, it's insane. It's insane. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. Graphics aren't everything. They're not, but we can't deny that come on, let's be honest right now. We need to be honest with ourselves. Most of us here, not all of us, I'm not speaking for everybody, but I'd say most of us here, we're big fans of AAA games. We are fans of AAA games, and graphics in AAA games do matter. They do. I'm not saying they're the be-all, end-all, but they matter, There's a reason why any developer that's making a AAA game, they feel like, well, there's a certain standard that it has to hit that people are going to look for. And if it's not there, people naturally are going to question, like, well, is this an indie game? Or like, what is this, AA game? So, one of the differentiating factors I'd say between a AAA game and a AA or whatever, and it's all, we also have to point out, it's all about graphical style as well, art style. That's a big deal too. But yeah, I care about graphics. It's not everything, but I do care, and I won't lie. Alex Mercer, the prototype, you're saying, giving some money, keep up the good work, man. Thank you so much for that, bud. I'm going to try to get through these because I feel like I'm running a little bit behind here. IP Gaming, you're saying, MBG, I need to talk to you about Sony getting into the mobile sector. Imagine if they bring back the PSP to compete with the Switch/Steam Deck. Xbox will be toast. Well, IP Gaming, I don't know that it would necessarily toast Xbox, but I will say it would be big if Sony made the PSP 2. And we talked about this. I will encourage you, IP Gaming. I don't know if you saw the last episode of Press X Podcast. I encourage you to go check it out because there's a whole section of that podcast where I talked all about Sony getting back into the handheld console space and how they might want to do that to, potentially one day, depending on what Nintendo does with the next Switch and obviously the Steam Deck. So I highly encourage you to go back to its episode 148, I believe. Watch that section because this is a really great conversation. But yeah, it would be a big deal, I think, if Sony were to do that. But as of right now, I don't think they are. Unfortunately, for those who are holding out hope. You never know, though. You never know. I have to imagine they're probably prototyping things at least, right? Sony's always prototyping things, so that's probably something they're doing at the very minimum. Rari2XX, you're saying MBG if Sony announces Sleeping Dogs 2? I'll cry. Who makes that? Is that a Ubisoft game? I don't know. I'm not sure who makes Sleeping Dogs, but yeah, I've heard of that game, man, and it's like one of these kind of gems. Is it Activision? Really? Oh, I wouldn't have expected that. It's gonna be an Xbox exclusive, bro. If it gets announced, what are you gonna do then? But yeah, I've heard good things about Sleeping Dogs. I never got to play it. I've seen it though, and it does look really good. And I feel like we just don't get games like that anymore, right? I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to describe it, but there's something about some of the games that we've gotten in the past. I think that was like a PS3 360 game. Something about some of those games we got. We just don't get games like that anymore. You're saying it's Square Enix. Okay. Square Enix. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't recall Activision Sleeping Dogs. It seems a little weird. So you guys are saying Square Enix. That makes more sense to me. Yeah. Oh, well, in that case, it might be a PlayStation exclusive if we get it. If we end up getting Sleeping Dogs 2, with the way things are going between Sony and Square. Shaky Shako, member for 25 months. Thank you, man. You're saying Jonathan Johnny John, aka MBG. How is everyone? Hopefully well. I only wish the best for you all. Well, thank you so much for that, man. It's very nice of you. We're doing well. My wife's still in the process of recovering. She's still in a lot of pain, unfortunately. It's definitely a struggle. I won't lie. Like, we're doing well enough. And things are okay. Like, no emergencies or anything, thank God. But it's been tough. It's been a tough past couple of weeks, and it's still kind of a long road ahead. But we're trying our best to push through, tough it out, and yeah. And I just, I'm trying my best to just keep everything focused as I can on the channel. So I appreciate you asking, man, and I appreciate the well wishes as always. Really appreciate that, guys. Very nice. You guys are very nice. I don't deserve your kindness, but I am very much appreciative of it. Trinity of the Phoenix, you're saying your poster makes me hope for a Metal Gear Solid 4 remake someday. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Metal Gear because we have quite a significant update on that situation. And that's something I would love as well. YJT99, you're saying, I see politicians coming for VR in Resident Evil 8. Shooting is too realistic. The stabbing motion is definitely not for kids, not to mention seeing dead bodies so close. Well, here's the thing about that. I could be wrong about this, but kids can't use VR, or at least they're not supposed to. Isn't there like an age? How old to use VR? It says 13 plus. It says younger children have greater risks of injury and adverse effects than older users, while we know that children under 13 may want to use Meta VR systems, and I'm assuming this applies to PSVR. We do not permit them to create accounts or use Meta VR systems. Adults should monitor the time their teens 13 and older spend using the headset. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. When I think about VR, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me. I feel like you should probably be like an adult to use VR, because it's just not like, I don't know. The way I see some people talk about it, how it really like you're there, man. Like it tricks your brain. I feel like when your brain's developing, is that like the best thing to be exposed to? I don't. Maybe I'm overly paranoid, but I don't know. I just feel like even even at like 14 and 15 and 16, I guess it would be fine if you use it just a little bit, but I don't know. Or you're saying your eyes haven't fully developed yet? I don't know. I don't know how long it takes the eyes to fully develop, but I don't know. I just feel like VR, especially with how good it's getting, I do kind of understand the concern. I do. Like I think it's like if you imagine a game like imagine being able to play GTA 5 in first person in VR. Like that, yeah, that's I would be concerned if like teens and kids were doing it. Like that's not, come on. Like there's a now we're entering a certain thing where it's, but maybe it could be good. Just saying. I mean, look, man, maybe there are people out there where it's like they got warped minds and brains and they want to go do crazy things. And maybe if you have a VR, version of GTA 5, they're gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna do that. That's how I'm gonna. I don't know. I don't know. But I do feel like with games that are very much, as you're saying, like realistic, the shooting, the stabbing, and again, I haven't played it. So I don't know. I don't know how visceral and how immersive it really is. But you're saying the eye distance is why the age is 12 MBG. Okay. Well, we'll see, man. We'll see. I mean, to me, it's not. Look, the reality is what Resident Evil 8 is rated M. Anyway, it's a mature game. Technically, you're supposed to be what, like 17 or something to even play it. The games already have the ratings to let you know. So, MBG, imagine the trauma and media with GTA 6 combined with VR. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be interesting to see. That would be very interesting to see. Rari2XX, again, you're saying your cat should be in Stray 2. What's his or her name? Well, the cat that you saw earlier, her name is Leia. I have another cat. His name is Boss. But he definitely doesn't act like a boss. I always say I named him poorly. So yeah, they come on camera sometimes. Zanicelli, you're saying Xbox Xbots on Activision deal, less games for the PlayStation. Yay. It's so dumb, dude. Like I'm not going to go on a tangent about this. I just want to say it is unbelievably stupid how Microsoft's like marketing tag is when we all play, we all win, or everyone wins, or something like that. And it's like they're literally saying this shit as they're buying a publisher and taking those games off of PlayStation. I'm not saying it's not fair game. We know that Sony takes games from Xbox as well. But how the hell are you gonna? How are they able to get away with this? Is what I'm trying to ask. Like, how are they able to say that and then do the opposite of that? And people are like, "This is great." It's like so. Like, what? What is going on? But yeah, I don't know, man. There's no doubt. You better believe that there are some people, just like there are with PlayStation. It goes both ways. It's a two-way street. There are some people on the Xbox side. They want to see Microsoft buy more and more so it can, give PlayStation fans a dose of their own medicine, so to speak. So, and you got to admit, what would Microsoft have right now if not for Redfall and Starfield? I'm asking seriously, what would they have right now if it wasn't for that? So clearly it was necessary for them anyway. Broccoli Rob, you're saying, can I borrow $1 today? Sure, Broccoli Rob. Today I'll give you $1. Today, I think you've earned it. And I like your picture. I like your profile picture, by the way, Broccoli Rob. You look like you need $1. You need this $1. So there's your $1, buddy. Unintended Studios, you're saying about 25 hours into PSVR 2. It's pretty much everything I could have asked for in a headset. Spent most of my time in Resident Evil 8, but GT7 is the showstopper. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Two very different games there. Two very different games there. But you're saying GT7 is a showstopper. And 25 hours, that's a lot too, by the way. That's a lot of time, considering a headset's only been out for a couple days now. So sounds like you're really enjoying yourself on Nintendo Studios. I would love to try out. That's one game I'm definitely going to want to try out whenever I am able to experience VR 2. I want to try Resident Evil Village, see what that's like. Okay, well, I'm all caught up on Super Chats now. We did cover, so I will count a lot of what we discussed over the course of me going over the Super Chats as one of the topics we did that I had listed here, which is Sony dominating Xbox. We did talk about this quite extensively, so I'm going to count that. But what I want to move on to now, the two other topics. Let's talk about PlayStation Showcase, guys. Let's talk about the state of play and everything that has occurred. And then we're going to talk about some Metal Gear. So we have some good stuff. Hit that like button for me, by the way, if you haven't. Let's see if we can get up to 400 likes. I would really appreciate that. First things first, state of play. Not going to go on too long about state of play because if you're really interested in seeing my in-the-moment reaction and my in-the-moment feelings, that stream is still up. But I'll try to be more, a little bit more calm this time because I do feel like I was certainly worked up after that state of play. I think this state of play from Sony was a bit of a misfire, and I do want to say that I've read a lot of. There have been a lot of people saying, and I think it's understandable because you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I've seen a lot of people saying like, well, how can people be disappointed if Sony outlined exactly what to expect? And just to kind of reiterate, Sony said 5 PSVR 2 games from their partners, third-party games and indies, and a 15-minute demo of Suicide Squad. And you are correct. You are correct. Sony did set expectations accordingly, and they did the right thing. But I think if I had to try to identify where the frustration lies, I'll tell you, I think it's simple. And this is one thing I did say in my reaction to the state of play that happened. And I still stand by it wholeheartedly. It's because people are growing, fans and even more casual fans are growing a bit frustrated at Sony's lack of first-party focus. There have been no new first-party reveals. There have been no new first-party, trailers or anything. And even for the games, the first-party games that we do know about, the closest one that's coming is this fall is Spider-Man 2. We haven't received a new trailer. We only have one Spider-Man 2 trailer that came out in 2021. And it's a great trailer, but that's it. That's all we have. And it's not even like raw gameplay, So I think where the frustration lies is in the fact that, Sony put together a state of play after what? October, November, December, January. February. So basically close to 6 months. It's been basically almost 6 months since they had their last state of play, and nothing. Not a single breadcrumb of first party, not even a single Spider-Man 2 trailer, piece of information, anything, nothing. Instead, we get 15 minutes dedicated to a game that looks like a travesty. It's Suicide Squad. Oh man. I don't know how, but seeing Suicide Squad revealed this way makes me genuinely nervous about Sony's pursuit of live service games, because it's seeing Suicide Squad like this is a reminder of just how wrong it can go, how bad it can go. And I'll be honest, like I'm shocked that, it got this bad with Suicide Squad. But I have to have faith. I have to have some kind of faith here that this is not the direction Sony's going in with their live service games, because I feel like the problem with Suicide Squad, I'll be honest. In my opinion, the big problem with Suicide Squad is not that it's even a live service game. I think that's disappointing to people, but it's the fact that it's the most live servicey game you could possibly conjure up, as in you went from the Batman Arkham games, which were incredible single player narrative driven games with a unique take on melee combat and a unique take on how to leverage Batman's abilities. You went from that to now you just made a third person action shooter where you have 4 DC characters with guns that are shooting and jumping. It's unreal, as I said, and I don't want to again retread that ground, but this is where I don't necessarily feel so nervous about Sony's live service games, because I don't think that's what Naughty Dog's doing. Okay? I don't think Naughty Dog is making a Last of Us multiplayer live service game where they're like, what are the best parts of the Last of Us universe? The tense combat, the intense encounters with the clickers, the tension between other survivors and the danger of other survivors, and just the overall tension of this world. Let's make it a sword fighting game. You know what I mean? They're not doing that. I mean, obviously they're not going to do that, and it's a bit of a stretch, but it's like that's kind of what I feel like we're seeing with Suicide Squad, and why it's so jarring to people, because it really would be like the equivalent of like, so that we know you're used to Last of Us, but we're gonna make it like clubs and swords, and maybe some people would actually like that, but it would be missing something so vital and integral to what makes the Last of Us gameplay tick and what makes it so good. And in a way, it would, I think, also, and it would also be like, we're going to make people friendly. I feel like the Arkham Knight games were dark and brooding, and they had this atmosphere that was kind of hard to capture properly, and yet they did it. And I feel like with the Suicide Squad, they went in the opposite direction, where it's like, hey, you know how like Batman and Gotham is all dark? I'm not saying the game even had to be set in Gotham, but they just went too far in the other direction. It would be like if this Last of Us game is like everybody's smiling all the time and making jokes constantly, and there's no tension or very little. It's like, that's not what people want from the Last of Us. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is set in Metropolis. I understand. And to be fair, The Last of Us is going to be set in San Francisco, so maybe it will have a different tone, but I don't know. I just feel like Sony deciding to do 15 minutes of Suicide Squad was a bad move. And, here's where we're going to shift into the conversation about the upcoming showcase. Okay, I'm sure you guys have been watching some of my videos talking about it. Some of you maybe didn't watch my videos and you're not sure. So here's the lowdown on what's going on with PlayStation 5's second phase showcase. Okay? So after this to many people, incredibly disappointing state of play, insider Jeff Grubb, and look, I just want to put this out here now, because I don't know if it's Jeff Grubb's personality. I don't know what it is. I don't follow him like this. People seem to have a problem with him. I don't know why, simply because I don't watch the guy. I don't really follow him, so I don't know why some people have a problem with him. But here's the truth. We have to give credit where it's due. Jeff Grubb was literally the only human being that I'm aware of that came out and was talking about Sony's plans for their upcoming shows. And he was the only person that I'm aware of that said, just a heads up, Sony's going to have a state of play, and he clarified, at the end of February, and it's going to be low key. I think that was his way of trying to let people know it's going to be pretty disappointing. But then he said, but Sony is planning a bigger showcase after that, and we can look forward to that. Now, after the state of play occurred, he gave us another update on the situation with Sony's plans and this upcoming showcase. And he gave us a little bit more information. So he reiterated once again that the next PlayStation showcase is apparently happening before E3. Now, this naturally makes people, I think, gravitate towards, it's going to be April or May, right? It's going to be April or May. But the reason why I want to encourage you not to assume that is because, let me see, E3 doesn't actually occur until the middle of June. And that's incredibly important to keep in mind because I think E3 starts Tuesday, June 13th. So there are 13 days, pretty much a week and a half of June that Sony could decide to do their own show before E3. I feel like this is important to highlight because, again, I think people are naturally thinking, oh, it's going to be in May or April. Because when I hear before E3, that's naturally what I think, not June. Before E3 would mean not June to me. But considering E3 doesn't happen until the middle of the month, it could still be June. And that actually seems pretty likely, in my opinion. Leo Jimmy, you're saying Suicide Squad looked like Crackdown to me in a bad way. Yeah, I can understand the parallels there, man. I can understand the parallels. Yeah, I'm not gonna go there, Leo Jimmy. I'm not gonna go there, but suffice to say, I'm not picking up Suicide Squad. I'm definitely not. I think it's insane. I think it's insane. And then the best part, really quick though, not to get too sidetracked, but the best part about that Suicide Squad 15-minute thing they did was the part when they showed the menus. Yeah, that was the best part. When they showed the menus and everybody just collectively at the same time was like, no way. They're basically trying to make Destiny. I don't know if anybody has caught on to that. That's basically what Suicide Squad is. Go watch that gameplay again. And you're going to realize like they're trying to make Destiny in the DC universe with the Suicide Squad. And it's going to fail, dude. This game is going to flop hard. But luckily, Hogwarts Legacy probably made up for it and then some. But I do worry about the future. I do worry about the future of Rocksteady after this. I do. And I just want to make it clear that I don't think that the menu of Suicide Squad like that, oh, look at that menu, it's guaranteed to fail now. It's the fact that it's checking off every single box that people were hoping it wouldn't check off. And it's literally going down the list of like, yup, all the things the most live servicey game we could possibly make that people are getting tired of. You know, they have a freaking battle pass for crying out loud. It's like, what the fuck, man? And I also want to say, because I was drawing parallels between Rocksteady, a beloved single-player developer, moving on to a live service game. I was drawing parallels between that and between Sony making the decision that they're going to do like 12 live service games. I also want to make it clear, Rocksteady doesn't have what Sony has. WB, frankly, doesn't have what Sony has. We're going to get some live service game announcements from Sony, but we're also going to get a bunch of single-player game announcements alongside that. So if we see like a super live servicey, cringy game that's like, ugh, like this isn't what I want from PlayStation, there's a good chance that during that same time where we're seeing that revealed, we're going to get another game that's exactly what we want from Sony. So I'm just pointing that out. But getting back to the showcase talk. So getting back to what Jeff Grubb revealed. So after the state of play occurs, Jeff Grubb gives us an update. As he said, it's going to be before E3. He also revealed a couple of other important things about this upcoming showcase from PlayStation that I'm going to be honest, it gets me excited. He says that basically we can expect this show to be massive. Now, I'll be honest. I don't think you need to be an insider to say that, but the reason why I'm like paying a little bit more attention is because he was also the one who, and this is important to highlight, Jeff Grubb correctly predicted what we should expect, for this state of play, and he called it low key. Now let me ask you, when we look at this state of play, would you say the term low key is a good way to describe it? Yes, I think it's the most polite way to describe it. So yeah, I think it was he was correct in what he said. So now he's saying that he expects this showcase to be pretty massive. And somebody even asked him, they're like, so like, should I be excited about this showcase? Like, is it okay to get very excited and get my expectations up? And he said, yes. Yes, it is. And he also described it as I put in the title here, this is where Sony's basically going to kick off phase 2 of the PlayStation 5. And it's all lining up now. It's all lining up now where we I made a video yesterday where I listed 6 facts regarding PlayStation right now in February of 2023 that point to a showcase that will be one for the ages. Okay. I also want to point out, and I did see people mentioning this, and I do want to point this out because yes, it's important to highlight as well. Some people are refusing to allow themselves to get excited about this upcoming showcase because they know that quite a few games that Sony's going to reveal are going to be live service games, and they don't care about live service games. So I do have to let you know that you are correct about that. Yes, you're right. We are going to see multiplayer live service games announced, but here's the thing. That's not all we're going to see announced. Sony is not going to hold a showcase where, hey guys, this is our live service showcase where we're only announcing live service games. Sony's not dumb. They would never do something like that. That would be quite possibly the dumbest thing they could do. And there's no chance that they do that. So what I think, and this is where I'm going to start giving some of my predictions about what to expect at this showcase, which I do think if I had to dial in when exactly I think the showcase is going to happen, my prediction is I think it's going to be the first week of June. That's what I think. I think a PlayStation showcase is going to happen the first week of June. I think this showcase, and I know people don't want to hear this because they're like, of course, MBG, of course you're going to say this, but I think it's going to be one for the ages, man. I do. I can't help but think about, as I put in my video yesterday, like this is the perfect storm brewing for Sony right now, whether anybody knows it or not, where they are locked and loaded and they have a lot of ammunition. In fact, they have more than they've ever had. And I don't expect Sony to come out and have a 2-hour showcase where they reveal every single thing they're doing. No, that would be too much. I think there is such a thing as like revealing too much. We also do know that Sony does tend to prefer to try anyway, sometimes unsuccessfully, announce their games closer to launch. When I say closer, I don't mean like 3 months away. I mean like within a year, sometimes a year and a half. You know, they don't like to do this thing anymore. Well, you know, maybe I should take that back because they did announce Wolverine in 2021 and they did announce KOTOR Remake, and these games are kind of a ways off. But I'm just saying Sony seems to be doing that a little bit less than they normally do in favor of trying to keep things within like ballpark. This stuff's coming in a year and a half, maybe 2 years. But I think the fact that Sony has, I mean, I want to highlight once again, like Sony has not revealed anything, guys. Like they have, and when I say anything, I'm referring to first-party PlayStation studios. I'm not talking about partners. We got quite a few reveals. In fact, it's been partners that have been carrying the PlayStation at this point in time, with Silent Hill 2 Remake, Rise of the Ronin, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy Rebirth. These are games announcements for PlayStation that have been carrying them. And we have gotten like literally nothing from their first party to a shocking degree. Quite literally to a shocking degree. So I know that there are people who are going to say, well, we shouldn't get excited because Sony doesn't have anything. The reason why Sony isn't showing anything is because they don't have anything. I need people to understand this. Something else Jeff Grubb confirmed is that Sony was planning a showcase last September, last fall. So those rumors we were hearing about apparently Sony wanting to have a showcase but having to push it back were true. However, there's one key difference. Jeff Grubb claims that the reason why that happened was because the developers weren't ready to show what they were working on yet. They needed more time. This is good news, for multiple reasons. Number one, it means that Sony has not been holding back due to Activision Blizzard. If Sony decided not to have a showcase, it's because of the simplest possible reason and explanation, and that's because, well, they just simply aren't ready to show what they have. That bodes very well because that means, okay, we don't have to worry about Activision Blizzard and this deal getting in the way. Maybe we just all assumed, wrongly so, that that's the case. That's also good because that means that Sony's not going to rush things. And this it makes it tough because, people like me and many others, we get a little bit antsy. We start to get a little bit restless where it's like, okay, Sony, come on, what's going on? But at the same time, we can all agree that it's best that Sony waits. I'd rather have a very high quality showcase from them that packs a bigger punch because the stuff they're showing is closer to being done and it's ready to be properly shown off, and not something that's necessarily rushed and thrown together because they feel like they have to, we have to do this show because it's what people are expecting, and it might end up being underwhelming or not as good. So I'm actually happy about that. The wait is tough, but the point is the wait will very clearly be worth it. But this idea, people need to not mistake. People need to not mistake Sony deciding to not have a showcase because they're not ready to show their stuff with not having stuff to show. Two different things. And I need people to understand that, because the people who are going to be, they're going to basically have their foot in their mouth, essentially, by the time the showcase comes around, or anybody who's been claiming that Sony doesn't have anything to show and they just don't have enough, they're gonna be in some pain. They're gonna be a little upset, I think, when Sony has their next show, because it's not, it's a fact. It is a fact. Like, I don't know how else to explain it other than just simply telling people, guys, Sony has more studios than they've ever had. They have more games in development than they ever have had. Like, I don't know what world you're living in where you think that Sony doesn't have things to show. They do. They're just not necessarily ready to be shown yet. However, I know that I am the optimist, so I need to look at the other side of the coin. I need to be open-minded. Coffee C, you're saying, can we stop being so polite? Low key, question mark? Call it for what it is. That state of play was trash, and Sony needs to understand that was an unacceptable way to start off the year. I'm going to be honest, I do agree. I know I'm the optimist, and I know people think that I'm like Sony Defense Force, but I agree. I did not like that state of play, and that was a very disappointing way for Sony to, between Forspoken and now the state of play, the first quarter of this year has not been very good for PlayStation. I'm just being totally honest. It hasn't been great. Far from it. And I guess I'm just being a little bit. See, I'll be honest. The reason why it's so easy for me to just overlook this state of play is because if it's true, which I think it is, we're getting this rumor from a reliable source who was correct about the state of play. They're saying, like, dude, Sony's getting ready, and they're gonna basically, they're gonna go big. It's easy for me to be like, well, then who fucking cares about the state of play? Fuck it. It is what it is. Apparently it was a marketing obligation. They had to do it. They probably knew it wasn't going to be very good. And it is what it is, because by the time Sony does get ready to actually show the goods, no one's going to care. Literally no one's going to care. This state of play is practically already forgotten. But I am in agreement where I feel like it's harsh to call it trash, but I'll be honest, I walked away from that show feeling kind of annoyed, because I'm like, well, what was that? That felt like a waste of my time, honestly. And the only thing that I got out of it was being able to hang out with my audience and hang out with you guys, which is always a good time. But I was like, wow, that was kind of shockingly bad to me. I agree. Capcom had a good showing, though. I think if anything got close to saving it, it was Capcom, but Capcom alone couldn't save it. And that demo for Suicide Squad, I'm just like, what are you thinking, man? What are you thinking? But I will say that I have to now, I have to look at the other side of the coin here. All right, it's only fair, because I know people get tired of it. People get tired of MBG always hyping things up before they happen, always getting people's expectations up. So let's run down a scenario where Sony has a showcase and maybe it's not as good as we had hoped. Maybe things are not going as well behind the scenes as we want to believe. I'm not saying I think this is likely. I don't believe this, but I have to keep it, I have to keep it here as a consideration, as a possibility, just because we don't know. Um, what if Jim Ryan's decision and Herman Hulst's decision to make a bunch of live service games is going horrifically wrong behind the scenes? What if developers are running into issues and it's just not working and it's not coming together and they're wasting time and resources, and this is why these games aren't ready to be shown? It's a possibility. But I also want to add this, not just to be, but we have to be fair. We have to look at all aspects. Could it also be that the games that Sony is making are bigger and more expensive than ever before and have an expectation on them? The expectation has grown so large that more time is simply required. More time is simply, look at GTA 6 for God's sake, Like, that's a developer that has an ungodly amount of expectation on their shoulders, and you could tell, like, they're taking the time they need to make sure that they can live up to it. And I'm just saying that, like, Spider-Man 2, that's a game that's coming up, right? I just want to say that, like, the reason why I don't doubt Sony is simple. It's simple. People began to fearmonger God of War Ragnarok. And I got to admit, like, it kind of got to a point where it's like, all right, I don't know. Like, I want to say no, that's not true, but I can't prove it. And I have nothing to point to other than Sony's reputation. But it's worth noting that people started to fearmonger quite a bit God of War Ragnarok, basically saying it's going to get delayed, or it's the reason why they're not showing it is because there's nothing to show. It's not ready. They're afraid, whatever. People fearmongered it, and I don't think anybody believed it would be bad. But I'm just pointing out that people were saying that, like, the reason for Sony and Sony Santa Monica's silence is because it's just not there yet. And we're going to have to wait longer for it. And it might not be everything we had hoped for. And they might be running into issues. And at the 11th hour, they come out and they're like, well, actually, here's a new God of War trailer. Here's a God of War controller. And we're going to have a video series for the next, 9 weeks. And we're going to do that leading up to the launch of the game. And the marketing kicked off full blast. And the game got a freaking 94 on Metacritic and blew everybody's mind. I'm just saying that to me, it's becoming kind of clear that this is the way Sony wants to operate. And it's kind of maybe better that way if you think about it, because even though for people like us who always like want some new updates, it can be tough to like have to accept that we're not going to get any. And it does make it easier for people to assume the worst, but it also, I think, makes it easier for Sony to impress people and to kind of come out of the gate and be like, hey, we were in the shadows, you couldn't see us. And I always said, like, the way that Sony's operating right now reminds me of Dorian Yates. I don't know how many of you are into bodybuilding. I was in the bodybuilding for a little while, but Dorian Yates is a famous bodybuilder from the 90s. And the thing he's famous for is shocking the shit out of people. And the way he did this was, I think he's from London, or he's from the UK. I know that. And the way he would do it is he would go to London or go to the UK, and he would work out by himself or with his trainer in like a basement gym, and he wouldn't talk to anybody. He was called the Shadow, right? And I think that's what they called him. And he just disappeared, man. And it like got into people's heads, and people were like wondering, like, is he done? Did he get injured, or maybe it's the other way around. Like, what is this guy doing? Like, we need to know what this guy looks like so we can compete with him. And he just did his thing, completely covered up, didn't do any press, nothing, no interviews, nothing. He was just so totally zoned in. And then when it came time for him to, go on stage and compete, he he fucking shocked everybody because this would be the first time anybody would see him, including other bodybuilders, and he was so massive, and he shocked everybody. He actually like got in the heads of other competitors the day of the show, where they saw him up, for the first time after a year of training, and he looked way beyond what they even expected, and he just basically crushed their morale the day of the show. And he would come out and basically win Olympia titles that way. And that always kind of stuck with me because that's such an interesting way to go about it. And a lot of people, I think, wouldn't go about it that way, where a lot of people would want to kind of lean into, showing off and scaring the competition and showing what they have. And I kind of view Sony, to a degree, to go with this analogy, I feel like Sony's kind of in that same position where they're working, they're working their studios anyway and their teams, and they're just going to let people have their assumptions. They're going to let the rumors go. They're going to let people come to their own conclusions. And when it comes to showtime, they're going to show everybody, and they're going to let it speak for itself. And I think that's that's kind of how I'm viewing it. I feel like Sony's taking that kind of same approach. Waleed is now a game cat, specifically White Tiger. Nice name. You're saying, MBG, you asked me to get back to you about PSVR 2 last week. I have played it now. You are missing out, man. It is awesome. And wow, Resident Evil 8 and GT7. I hear you, man. You guys are making me jealous. I shouldn't have asked you to come back to me because I'm getting a lot of those messages today, a lot of those super chats from you guys saying that it's blowing your minds and it's living up to your expectations. So you're getting me excited. I got to say, you guys are making me feel the FOMO, you are. So I'm happy to hear, though. It does make me happy to hear that it's living up to your expectations and you guys are really enjoying it. So it's going to happen, man. It's going to happen eventually. But, I just think that I also have to consider this as well. And I want to be self-aware here. Like, I also want to consider that I am an enthusiast and I also am a content creator. So it's kind of it's somewhat expected that I'm going to hope for more to happen, like, quicker than the average person. And I know that I come off as, like, not ungrateful, but, like, too pushy in that way where, like, people are putting out, like, dude, we just got God of War in November, like, one of the biggest games ever, right? And yeah, it's true. It's true. And the thing is, I don't want to downplay that or make it seem like it doesn't count for anything because it absolutely does. I was waiting for God of War as well, and I enjoyed it. But I think it's fair at this moment in time. Truly, I do. I think it's totally fair for anybody. You don't even have to be a PlayStation fan, but for anybody to look at the fact that it has now been about a year and a half. Think about that, guys. A year and a half since Sony has had any, like, first-party announcements. Not even just a showcase, but really, like, any first-party announcements outside of the DLC for, like, Horizon and VR2. They have been really just so quiet for so long. Yeah, that's true, Hammer. You're saying if Yates could do it over again, he'd train smarter and not tear a bicep. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with Dorian Yates. He ended up having to retire early due to injuries because he was a monster, bro. Like he trained like a monster, and he paid for it. That's, you look at a lot of these old, bodybuilders during the monster mass days, and you look at the way they trained, and now a lot of them have a lot of problems. Some of them are, can hardly walk. I think Dorian Yates is taking good care of himself, though. But yeah, they look back, and I'm sure that they wish that they would have changed things up a little bit for the sake of longevity. But yeah, dude, I don't want to go on and on about the showcase and hyping people up, but what I will say is that in regards to Sony getting ready to announce the second phase of the PS5, this could be huge. I mean, just realistically speaking, this could be huge for PlayStation because we know we're getting some live service games, and some of these live service games could be mega hits. Some of these, I made a prediction, and I'm going to go back. Hopefully, if I can remember, you guys will have to remind me towards one of the first, maybe like the last podcast of the year, if anybody can remember. Tell me to go back to my first podcast of the year so we can go back over my predictions. But one of the things I did predict is that some of these live service games that Sony's going to show off, some of these multiplayer games, I think a good chunk of PlayStation fans who were doubting, who were skeptical, who were not happy, I think they're going to change their tune when they see it. I think they're going to be like, holy shit, Sony is injecting their, PlayStation seal of approval, in terms of quality into a multiplayer space and we haven't really seen this, right? And I think people are going to turn around on that. I do. And I think The Last of Us is going to be a big one. I think people might look at what Naughty Dog does with The Last of Us and be like, holy shit, they're doing it. Like, they're pulling it off. And I want to play this game. But some of them I think are going to not do so great, of course. I don't want to, I don't want to make it sound like they're all going to be mega hits. Certainly not. But here's the thing about Phase 2 of the PlayStation 5, based off of my understanding. Keep in mind, Phase 2 also includes mega single-player games. All right? I don't know what all of these single-player games are. I do want to say, there's one thing here that I have to talk about, in that I'm going to be looking for this. And if I don't see it, I'm going to be a little bit concerned. A little bit. I'm going to be a little bit upset. The one key factor here that I'm looking for from PlayStation at their next showcase that I think it's a must. It has to happen. I mean, look, we talk about, I want to get Ghost of Tsushima 2 or a sequel to it from Sucker Punch, right? There's rumors of, and actually there's job listings that practically confirm, we're going to be getting an Uncharted game again. And we cannot deny at this point in time that Sony has absolutely begun to show us a really big reliance on their bigger hit games. Not to say that they haven't been doing some other stuff. They have, but I'm going to need to see a new AAA IP from Sony. I think the time is right. I do. And I hope we get that, because I know they're working on it, and I know they have things in the works, and I know it takes time, and I don't want them to rush. If they're not ready to show it, then they're not ready to show it. But I just think that it will be important during a time when Sony's going to be revealing some live service games, and some people might start to question, like, I don't know, Sony. I don't know if that this is really what I want from you. It's going to be important for them to also, I think, reassure that core fan base by being like, oh, don't fret. Here's a new AAA IP. Here's what you came for. You know what I mean? And I get, that's the thing we have to be understanding of. It's important to be understanding, in my opinion, of the fact that, games are more expensive to make. AAA games, the expectation, the budget, I see somebody asking what's IP. IP stands for intellectual property, basically like a brand new game from PlayStation. Like when we first saw Ghost of Tsushima revealed, it's like a brand new IP, big one. Same thing when we first saw The Last of Us. Waved Max, you're saying true words, MBG, but maybe if these live service games are full generic, as many other live service games are out there, then they're easier to make. That's true. Yeah. And that's, I mean, look, you guys saw the leaked Horizon multiplayer game, right? I mean, maybe not the gameplay. I don't know that the gameplay is worth paying attention to, but you saw the artwork, right? And let's be honest, it's Genshin Impact Fortnite, or Genshin Impact Fortnite. It's Genshin Impact Horizon. It's Fortnite Horizon. Like, that's what it is. And I'll tell you now, like, there will be PlayStation fans who are just genuinely pissed off. They're going to be upset to see that happen with Horizon. There will be people who are excited. But the important thing is for Sony to make it clear that this is supplementary. This is not the main course for Horizon. This is supplementary. And it could go on to make us a lot of money. But it's not the main course. Like, a proper Horizon 3 is coming. And I don't think anybody doubts that. Yeah, it's supplementary to the Horizon universe. Um, and I bet you. Oh, I don't want to make any bets because I don't know. It's too early. But now we look at Guerrilla Games and it's like, well, does this mean Guerrilla Games is just becoming the Horizon studio? Well, they've been the Horizon studio for a little while now, and they're going to continue to be. We're going to get this Horizon multiplayer game, and then we're going to get Horizon 3, and then we might get another new IP from them. Or we might get Horizon 4. I don't know. But I don't doubt that at some point, Guerrilla will end up doing another new IP. And look at Santa Monica. Santa Monica, Cory Barlog, as far as we are aware, he's working on a brand new IP, AAA IP at that, at Santa Monica Studio. Now, this is from a studio that they've only ever made God of War. So this gives me a lot of hope with PlayStation because they seem to understand, like, Sony could just turn to Santa Monica and say, no. You're the God of War studio. You're not doing anything new. Cory, you're the God of you're leading God of War. That's what no, Sony isn't doing that. Sony, I think it's clear that Cory Barlog probably is like, dude, look, I put God of War on the best possible path. I want to go make something new with with this team and with our studio. And Sony's like, yeah, you earned it. Go ahead. And that's incredible to me because it's like, this is what we need. It's what Sony's been best at. And it's just so reassuring to know that they're not stepping away from that. We would have never gotten Ghost of Tsushima if Sony really felt like Sucker Punch has to be the Infamous team. And they said no. And apparently Sucker Punch was trying to make a different game before that and it didn't work out. But this is why Sony bend. I know that it's like everybody wants a Days Gone 2, and I do as well, but I'm just as excited to see, dude, Days Gone was a new IP, and I think Sony bend nailed it. Like, I think they did a way better job than they had any right to with Days Gone. So now that they take all that experience, and now they're going to do another new IP, I mean, that you don't get that very often. Days Gone sold really well. Days Gone was, for all intents and purposes, a successful game for Sony and for Sony Bend and warranted a sequel, but instead they're doing another new IP. And I feel like rather than people getting upset with Sony for that, being like, why can't you give us Days Gone 2? I think we should try to embrace that and be like, that's rare, man. Like, you don't usually get a really successful AAA game and then from that same studio immediately get something brand new. Now, could this new IP from Bend end up being disappointing? Of course it could. Of course it could. We don't know. These are brand new games, brand new concepts potentially. They could go horribly wrong. But from what I've seen from Sony, the past like 10 years or so, anytime they allow their studios to like spread their wings and do something new, that's like when we get the best shit from PlayStation Studios. And that's exciting to me. So, you know who I'm wondering, I think about Insomniac Games, and we know that they made Ratchet and Clank, and now, they're kind of the Marvel studio, and I'm okay with that because I want Spider-Man 2. I definitely want Wolverine, but I do also wonder, like, it might not be until maybe the middle of the PlayStation 6 generation or something like that, but I do wonder, like, what would a brand new AAA IP look like from Insomniac in like 2026 or 7? Right? Or 28, I mean, it's a long time from now, but you just think about how much that studio has grown. Same thing with Naughty Dog for that matter, So I can't help but be very excited about the possibilities that could reveal that, that could end up being revealed and what could be shown at an upcoming PlayStation showcase. I think we're going to see Sony try to achieve the trifecta here, which is I think they're going to have announcements for their surefire hits. I think we're going to see Sony basically flex the bigger brands that are almost guaranteed to succeed. Ghost of Tsushima, Uncharted. Trying to think of what else might be ready to go soon. I mean, we're going to see that with their live service. We'll see more Last of Us, obviously. We're going to see some more Horizon. We're going to see this, and it's to be expected. We're going to see Wolverine, which is going to be great. More Spider-Man. We're going to see more of the stuff that is already established. But then we're going to see them as I said, here's some multiplayer, here's some live service. Yes, we're doing this now, and we hope it succeeds, and we hope you like it. And we're going to see some comebacks. I think a lot of people need to keep in mind, like, hey, you might be really upset at Sony doing so many live service games, but dude, they're bringing Twisted Metal back. They're bringing Twisted Metal back. And I'm sorry, but that game seems perfect for a live service, does it not? And who knows what other games they're coming back potentially in the form of live service. So we're going to see that. And then, as I said, just to cap this off, we're going to see them also sprinkle in. Oh, and here's the new stuff, by the way. Here's the new stuff that we've been working on behind the scenes. And I feel like if Sony can have a showcase that tackles all three of those pillars, really, I think we could have potentially one of the most successful shows that we've ever seen from Sony. And I think we just need to get a show from Sony where everybody walks away happy. I wanted to just highlight, to kind of bring this full circle, as Coffee C said, like, this state of play was trash. It's just so crazy to think that literally the only thing Sony would have had to have done to make people walk away from the state of play thinking, wow, that was awesome, that was totally worth it, and I loved it, was just show a new Spider-Man 2 trailer. That's all they had to do. If they did that, people would rate this, I promise you, an A. They would rate it an A, because that's just how much excitement there is behind a game like Spider-Man 2. Just like with their last state of play, they ended it. They actually ended it with Rise of the Ronin, and then, if I'm not mistaken, a God of War trailer. But that's all they would have needed to do to make it a successful state of play. And I think we need to pay attention to the fact that Sony said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to save even that. Even that we're going to save for our upcoming show. So, to close out this topic about the showcase, because again, I don't want to just sound like a broken record. I know that's how I sound. To close out this topic about the showcase, to me, every single sign that I see points to Sony going absolutely huge with this upcoming showcase they're going to do. Not even just because as a fan, that's what I want and what I expect, but because I think it has to happen. It has to happen. And yeah, I mean, I'll just run down the 6 points the 6 facts that I ran down yesterday, just really quick. Number 1, Sony has more studios than they've ever had in their history. Number 2, they have more games in development at their studios than they ever have in their history. They've had virtually no first-party announcements for well over a year at this point. The PS5 shortage is officially over, so there's no worry of them not having enough PlayStation 5s to sell. 2023 and 2024 are peak years for the PS5 sales-wise. So that alone is going to ensure that Sony's going to want to go in pretty hard. And then the final point here is that this is the longest Sony's ever went without a proper showcase. Telling you guys, the perfect storm is brewing. And I've been following Sony long enough by this point to know that they don't disappoint. When the time comes for them to show the goods, they do not disappoint. The Furious, you're saying, how do I cope with my anger with Microsoft executives telling the world they're the little guy? That Sony's 30-year pursuit of the best quality in gaming is a bad thing. Well, this is the reason why I saved reading this super chat to Furious until I ended my topic on the showcase, is because let's talk about that for a minute, shall we? Let's talk about that for a minute. Let's talk about the fact that Microsoft and Activision Blizzard are seemingly attacking Sony and blaming Sony and making Sony seem like a bad company and the bad guy for defending their market share. Did you guys see this? Yes, this is something that actually happened. There's I need to read this to you guys because it's too good not to read. I gotta find it. I might not be able to find it. Microsoft accuses Sony of protecting 2-decade dominance in market share. This is what is being said. Says these remarks were made during a conference to the media in defense of the Microsoft Activision Blizzard merger. Yeah, think about, so this is a quote. I'm not going to read it. It's not worth reading, but basically 70-30 split globally in Europe, 96-4 split in Japan. Basically, all I'm trying to say here, guys, is somehow there's something wrong with Sony basically not rolling over and just basically giving the thumbs up to Microsoft and saying, yep, go ahead. No problems here. Just you buy Activision Blizzard and we're just going to let you, we could try to make it hard for you. We could defend our market share. We could defend our position, but we won't. We won't. And that's true. And you know what Microsoft won't bring up? I'm just pointing it out. Microsoft will not bring up the 360 days. They refuse to do it. Notice how they're willing to bring up the 2-decade dominance for Sony, apparently. But let's not mention how we practically dominated, at least for the first half of the 360 gen, until we screwed it up. It's bizarre to me, dude. And I get it. Like, it is frustrating because it's just stupid. It's stupid. And you want to talk about perception, like this is trying to create the perception that Sony is wrong for defending their business, for trying to maintain their position. And they're not wrong. They're doing what a business should do. Now, the argument by that point, somebody might say, well, then is Microsoft wrong for trying to gain more market share? No, Microsoft is not wrong for trying to gain more market share, but they're doing it in the most, I'm going to be honest, like they're being pussies about it. Straight up. Not trying to be like the toxic masculine here, but goddamn, it's like, why can't you just make good fucking games? This is where you're going to start to see angry MBG come out, where it's like, why can't you just make good games? Why can't you just do that? No, you can't do that. You have to buy publishers. You have to buy good games. Well, what about Sony buying Final Fantasy and no. We're not doing that, because if you think Sony buying Final Fantasy exclusivity rights is the same as buying Bethesda and Activision Blizzard, you just got to get out. You got to leave. You got to, because that's like, what planet are you living on? But then again, some people might say, yo, all's fair. This is business. All's fair. What is the difference? And hey, I'm just saying, let me ask you this. Is the implication that Microsoft would not have bought Bethesda, that Microsoft would not have bought Activision Blizzard if Sony didn't get Final Fantasy VII exclusivity? Is that what this is about? Or Final Fantasy 16 exclusivity? I'm serious. Like, is that the implication, that suddenly Microsoft would have said, well, we don't need Bethesda. We got Final Fantasy VII Remake. Did anybody ever take a second to think that the reason why these exclusivity deals exist in the first place is because, I don't know, Square Enix agrees to them because their games don't sell on Xbox? It's fucking dumb, man. Like, it's dumb. And I get it. I'm not saying Sony's innocent. Sony wants to be dominant. Sony is cutthroat. And now Microsoft's being cutthroat. But damn, man. Like, I don't know. To me, it is what it is. I just think it's crazy. I say it every week, and I'll probably continue to say it as long as it continues to happen. I just think it's crazy that Microsoft is saying that Sony's dominating, we are weak, we need this to compete, and Sony shouldn't defend their position. That last part is the part that really gets me, where it's like, hold on, wait, you're saying that they shouldn't defend their position? What? Like, what? That's like that's like somebody taking over territory and taking over, in a battle, reclaiming territory, right? And reclaiming the hill. And basically the opponent looking up and being like, well, that ain't fair. We got to nuke it now. We got to nuke. That's the only way we're going to win it. I'm being hyperbolic, of course, but look, it's The Furious, you're saying, while pretending to be poor Microsoft, they're running a loss-leading Amazon-like approach designed to lose money until they starve out the competition. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It's as simple as that. The Furious, you hit the nail on the fucking head. An Amazon-like approach. Bleed it out. Bleed it out. Because you can afford to do so. But hey, who am I to say that's wrong? I'm just a dude who hosts something called Press X Podcast. Who am I to say it's wrong? I will tell you that I think Sony, while I don't really want them to do it because it's annoying in my opinion, they're doing they're doing what they should be doing in this instance. I hate to say it because I don't like it. I don't like to see Sony coming out here and being like, yo, this is some bullshit. Like I do want to see Sony be like kind of the more honorable one to be like, we don't care. We don't care. Do your worst. We know what we have. We're confident in what we have. So fuck you. That's the Sony I would love to see. But I understand why, when it comes to their shareholders and they have to look at the bigger picture, I understand why they're not being like that. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I will say, like, I am eager for this to be over, man. I really am eager for it to be over because this is why people wonder why I'm so eager for a showcase. This is why. Because it's like, I'm tired of the Activision Blizzard shit. I'm tired of every week. This is what's in the headlines. I would rather talk about Metal Gear rumors for the 150th time. I would rather talk about it. I would rather talk about my hopes and dreams for the ever elusive PlayStation showcase for the 150th time than continue to talk about this because to me, there's just a whole lot wrong with this whole thing. With the whole thing. As I said before, and I'll say it again, to quote Solid Snake, the whole thing stinks. It really does. And I just don't want to deal with it because to me, it's not very fun. It's not exciting. It's not even that interesting. It's actually just pretty straight up annoying. And I just hope that ultimately when the dust settles, it's at the end of the day, it's not as bad as everyone thinks on both sides. That's all I hope. I hope that when the dust settles, it's like Microsoft gets gets what they wanted, and they're like, yes, we got it. We're happy now. And I hope Sony's like, oh, well, okay, that wasn't as bad as we thought. We're still doing really, really well. You know what I mean? Like, I hope that's how this whole thing can end. I know that's a bit idealist, but what else am I going to hope for? I'm not going to hope that Microsoft completely fails. Because I don't know. If I had one hope for Microsoft, it'd be simple. I wish Microsoft would put their priority on the console again, like Sony does. That would be cool, but they're not going to do that. So anyway, I see somebody asking the question. It's a good question. You're saying Xbox can't even manage 23 studios now. How are they going to manage 40 plus studios? That's the key factor, dude. Okay, just to make it clear again, it's the one thing that Sony has, as I've said time and time again, that Microsoft simply will never be able to take away. They can buy it. They can buy it. And that is why I look at Microsoft as weak. Because they're doing the only thing they know how to do, which is buy. Let me ask you, did Sony buy Naughty Dog after they made The Last of Us? After they made Uncharted? No, they didn't. Sony bought Naughty Dog well before that. I think it was in 2001. And they put their faith in them. They said, you know what? Humble beginnings. Let's grow together. This is basically the approach that Sony has taken with almost all of their studios. That's true. That's true. Sony, the one studio that does stick out is Sony bought Insomniac after Spider-Man. But at the same time, though, we don't want to make it seem like Sony and Insomniac didn't have a very, very good partnership growing the Ratchet and Clank franchise for many years. They did. They did. So they were with them from the start, as far as I'm concerned, or close to the start. But that's probably the only standout one where, okay, they had a mega hit with Spider-Man and then Sony acquired them. But hey, I would also argue, man, could you imagine a world where Sony didn't acquire Insomniac? That would be crazy. That would have been the biggest loss. And I see I love it when people are like, well, that's what Microsoft did with Bethesda. Like, bro, are you really trying to compare Insomniac to Bethesda? Because if so, man, that's a great compliment to Insomniac. If you're basically saying that, well, Sony got Insomniac, so that's why it's okay that Microsoft got Bethesda. It's like, bro, you're saying that Insomniac's on the same level as an entire publisher? God damn. That is quite impressive if people, and that's the thing. That right there is exactly what Microsoft wants people to believe. And it's kind of hard to argue. Microsoft would want people to be, well, look, Sony got Insomniac, so that's why we got Bethesda. But are they comparable? Well, I don't know. Are they? Are they comparable? Because I don't know, man. I'd say there's something really wrong. If there's something really wrong if you're comparing a single studio to an entire publisher with like some of the most beloved IP in the industry. Something's really wrong there, dude. I will just continue to reiterate that Microsoft is missing something very important at the core of at the core of Xbox. Something is missing. There's a hole in their heart, so to speak. Something is missing. And it really is. It is something that I just don't think you can buy. And I think that if you do choose to buy it, as Microsoft is doing with Activision Blizzard and Bethesda, I think you're still missing that key factor. Because think about it, man. Like after I know that people are like, well, you can't say anything because, well, yeah, sure, Microsoft they're relying on Starfield, and they bought Starfield, and they bought Redfall, and they're going to buy, they bought Hi-Fi Rush. But, Sony buys games too. Look at the stuff that Sony buys. But my question to you is, okay, well, let's look beyond that. So we can both agree. That both Sony and Microsoft buy some games for their platform to help their platform. Okay. What about the games that are being made? This is where I'm saying, like, what this is that to me, that's the key differentiating factor here. That is the key differentiating factor. Like Sony has produced games that are good. Sony has produced, I'll be honest, I think the games that Sony produces themselves are bigger than any of the games they get from their partners. Maybe except for like Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 is probably up on that same level there. It's a mainline Final Fantasy game. But that's how I feel. And when I look at the stuff that Xbox has produced, this is where I'm just like, dude, it's so clear what they're doing. And it is bullshit. I'm sorry. I can't remove my own personal opinion on it. Like, it is bullshit. Microsoft is trying to buy their way to success because they can't actually earn their way to it. They can't actually make good games. They can't actually do the thing that's necessary. Because here's the thing. If they could, they wouldn't have felt the need to buy these publishers. They would have let their games do the work for them. But their games can't do the work for them. Their games can't do the lifting for them because they are missing that key factor. This is my main argument. This is why when people, let's get to the heart of it, and then I'll move on. People always wonder, like, dude, why do you care? Why do you keep talking about Xbox like this? Why do you keep making it sound like Xbox has to be PlayStation? Because they should be. That's why they should be. Xbox, after this amount of time in the gaming industry with the amount of money they have, they should have figured it out by now, and they should have the same capability when it comes to managing internal studios and creating like great video games consistently. They should be at that point or very close to it. It should have never gotten to this point. So there it is. Another rant for you. Saying they used to make great games. I'm just going to point out, man, like, who made Gears of War first? Who made the first Gears of War? Saying, bro, that cat is a ninja. Yeah. Who made the first Gears of War? Who made the first couple Gears of Wars? Epic Games. Yes. Okay. Who made Halo? Who made Halo? Bungie made Halo. Oh, well, Microsoft owns Bungie. Yes, you're right. But actually, who was Halo an internal creation underneath Microsoft? The answer is no. The answer is no. I'm just saying, man, at some point you got to fucking call a spade. And if this is the only way that Microsoft can win, then I say let them have it, because it's weak and it's pathetic. And look, I'm sorry, man, but I would not be bragging right now. Yes, that game was going to Apple Mac. You're saying Sunset Overdrive was one of the best titles. Who made Sunset Overdrive? People can keep defending Microsoft all they want. People can keep telling me how great Game Pass is. And I will keep telling you that Microsoft doesn't fucking know what they're doing when it comes to managing studios and making good games. And guess what? You know when I'll stop saying that? When they can actually prove they can manage studios and make good games. That's when I'll stop saying that. But that's not where we are. What about Forza? Okay. You got me. They got Forza. Damn. Totally let that one slip my mind. Look at what they tried to do with Fable. Look, I'm not talking about the new one that's coming out. The new one that's coming out could be exactly what we need. Show me, Microsoft. Show me what you can do with Fable. But we're not there yet. We haven't seen a single thing on Fable. The only thing we've seen Microsoft do with the Fable IP is fuck it up over and over again. What about Perfect Dark? What about it? Have we seen it? No. Last I checked, they lost half their fucking developers because shit wasn't going together. And now they have to partner with Crystal Dynamics, and that's fine. That's fine. But what have we seen? It's so annoying, man. Like, it's annoying because this is the reason why I cry about the Activision Blizzard deal and why it always takes up so much space on this show, because it shouldn't fucking be a thing. Flat out. If Microsoft was doing their job and doing it well, they wouldn't need Activision Blizzard. But instead, they're out here. You could say I'm crying. You can call Crying Jim, which is funny as shit. But the reality is, Brad Smith, Microsoft's president, is out there crying harder than anybody. Fucking begging for Microsoft or Activision Blizzard. After they bought Minecraft, after they bought Bethesda, these motherfuckers are out here begging for Activision Blizzard. It's utterly pathetic. And you know what makes it even worse is you look at how successful Microsoft is as a company as a whole, a multi-trillion-dollar company, and yet who's the biggest fucking thorn in their side? A company that's not even worth a couple $100 billion. Not even. Sony. You're saying, MBG, you're not informed, bro. The initiative is more stable now and have teams, they're making PD with Perfect Dark with Crystal Dynamics. I'm aware, dude. I'm informed. Trust me. I'm hopeful that for a studio that was announced in 2018 and a game that was announced, like 2 years later, and we're now entering 2023 and have seen nothing. I sure hope they got it together. I sure hope so. I don't know, man. This is what I get. I get fucking annoyed because it's like Sony's out here putting out games like God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West in the same year. And, and Microsoft's out here on their knees begging for Activision Blizzard. It's like, what the hell happened, man? Like, where did it all go wrong? And I'm not talking about Sony. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It really is. And you're saying it's Phil's fault. He said so. Dude, I'll be honest, man. Everybody makes it seem like Phil Spencer is such a good leader at Xbox. And I'm seriously asking right now. I'm being genuine. I want to know, what has Phil done for the Xbox brand? What has he done? Genuinely. I'm seriously asking people to tell me. What has he done? I'm just reading it. I'm checking the chat because I'm curious. I want to know, what has Phil done for Xbox? What has he delivered? I'm not seeing anything. Halo left unfinished. Smiled. Kept Xbox from dying under Microsoft. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that, Brain Jim. I can agree with that. You're right. He did stop it from being killed. But I guess I'm just wondering, like, well, if Microsoft was on the verge of straight up killing Xbox and ending it for good, you got to ask yourself, why is that exactly? Cool shirts. I like that one. I'll tell you what I think Phil Spencer's achieved for Xbox. You're right. He did stop Xbox from being killed. But in my opinion, the only thing Phil Spencer's achieved for Xbox is he has somehow gotten Xbox to a point when it comes to public relations and PR to where they have convinced you that we can deliver almost nothing or very little while buying things up and promising you more, and you will thank us because we're giving you the best deal. I don't know how it's gotten to this point, but it's fucking absurd to me. And dude, it's not just Xbox. And I want it to be known, it's not just Xbox. I genuinely worry about where this industry is going as a whole, because Xbox is a part of it. Sony's a part of it, obviously. But I just, I am such an advocate for Sony and for PlayStation, because outside of Nintendo, Sony to me is really one of the last ones they seem to care about, to a degree. I remember I had this whole conversation earlier about how they only care about the bottom line, and that's true. But there is something within PlayStation. I don't necessarily know that it's Jim Ryan. I don't know that it's Herman Hulst, but somebody there has an understanding and, more importantly, a respect for their history and how they got to where they are and who their audience is. This is, to me, what is important with PlayStation and what needs to be preserved, because you see how easily it can just go away. You see how easily successful companies and successful brands, they can, once they get that taste of success, or maybe they're there for a while, but then they just go, man. They just stray and they become a shell of their former selves. And some people do actually feel that PlayStation is there now. Some people look back at the early PS4 days or the mid PS4 days, and they're like, how come, PlayStation seems so different now? And they do operate differently. But I also try to encourage people, look at the bottom line here. What has PlayStation delivered? with the PS5. What have they done? Look at the games. Look at the hardware. Look at the DualSense. Look at the studios themselves. I've seen people talk about God of War Ragnarok and basically say like, oh man, like they played it so safe. They played it too safe. But I would argue that actually they did play it safe, but I don't understand how there are some people who will treat God of War like it was just such a surefire thing. And in reality, it's like, it's not easy to do what PlayStation is doing right now and what they have been able to do. I mean, the amount of pressure, even just right now, that's on Insomniac Games with Spider-Man 2. It's a lot, dude. And it's easy to collapse under that pressure. It's easy to fuck up, as we've seen time and time again. And I'm not saying PlayStation never misses, because of course they have their misses. But I just am trying to point out that, in my opinion, this is the standard that most, if not all, AAA publishers should try to achieve. And, the same I think can be said for Nintendo to an extent. But, my ballpark's PlayStation. And that is like, how you guys have extremely high expectations and you guys hold us to a certain standard and we've been doing so good for so long. We're going to make sure that we either A, deliver on that expectation, like, entirely, or B, surpass that expectation, and nothing else is acceptable. That's a hard standard to live up to and to maintain. But PlayStation, in my opinion, has been doing it. And, it's not that I anticipate it's going to be perfect all the time, but I get frustrated because it's just like, I don't know. I guess it's just hard to sometimes accept that not everybody's going to be that good. Not everybody's going to be that successful. Not everybody's going to be able to maintain that type of status, that type of bar, and hit that. I understand that, but I just want it to be known that I was totally willing to accept Microsoft just being like, you know what, guys, we can't be the AAA hit machine, and set a new standard every time and live up to, and surpass that expectation. We can't be that. We're just going to be something smaller than that. We're going to deliver like great quality AA games consistently through Game Pass. I was totally, I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like that probably is the best you can do. And it's cool to maybe kind of get to this point of acceptance, but that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Instead, as people like to put it, Microsoft is giving Sony a dose of their own medicine. And I question that. Because I'm like, well, what medicine are you talking about? You're talking about actually like, building up talent over years and slowly building up IP and making it bigger and better. Oh, no. That's not the medicine you're talking about. You're talking about Sony securing Final Fantasy Rebirth and 16 as exclusives, and then somehow equating an entire publisher and their entire catalog of IP from now until forever being exclusive. That's, oh, okay, gotcha. All right, well, fine then. Fine. But I just, look, man, I hope that this is the only thing I hope for at the end of the day. The only thing I hope for is that Sony, I just hope that Sony, doesn't stray from the path. That's all. I understand that Sony right now feels like they're beginning to be squeezed by Microsoft in such a shitty way. And that's fine. But I firmly believe, we'll see, guys. We will see at the end of the day. And I'm eager to see. I firmly believe that if Sony doesn't get distracted and they don't, they don't buy into this bullshit that Microsoft's trying to sell here, and that others in the industry are trying to sell as well, I just hope that Sony stays on the path and proves at the end of the day that you can buy whatever you want. You can try to uproot the industry, but you can't stop what's good and what's proven from you can't dismantle it. You can't bring it down. That's all I'm trying to say. And I put it out here like this because a lot of times talking about these major acquisitions, talking about subscription services and things changing and, third-party exclusivity, I say this because it's like, look, man, shit's getting wild out here. It is. Shit's getting crazy in the gaming industry. And there is a layer of unpredictability. Will you even admit if Starfield is good, or will you just ignore it? Bro, I want it to be known, Michael, that I've been saying I expect Starfield to be good. I'm not looking forward to it, but I expect this to be a proper Bethesda RPG that people are going to love and go nuts over, like Fallout and like Elder Scrolls. I mean, I don't think it'll be perfect, but I expect it to be that. I'll tell you what, you'll see me give credit where credit's due. I have no problem doing that. My beef isn't with Bethesda. My beef isn't with Bethesda Studios. It's not. I just can't wait to see how many people explain to me how Microsoft is responsible for the success of Starfield, even though the game's been in development for how many years now? Well before they were acquired. That's what I'm looking forward to, because I'll tell you right now, I don't think Final Fantasy 16's success is going to be due to Sony. No, I think that's due to Square Enix. That's what I think. Let me see here. I got a couple super chats falling behind. Chris B, you're saying, also don't forget that all the games they are paying for from Activision Blizzard already exist on Xbox. This deal does not help Xbox. This is solely a Game Pass play. Exactly. The biggest thing that I want to say in regards to this, that when it comes to the amount of money that Microsoft is, look, people don't fathom, and I can't blame you. I can't fathom how much money $68 billion is. That's fucking absurd. That's an incomprehensible amount of money. All right. The thing that will always get me about this deal is I've seen so many people say, like, why couldn't Microsoft just take like a 20th, like a 20th, like a 15th of that money and just invest it in their current studios, invest it into talent, invest it into new IP, invest it into new studios. And they could. Oh yeah, they could, but it's too risky. It's too risky because the chances of that working out, as we've seen with Microsoft, it's too risky. It's not risky. Call of Duty, Activision, King, right? The mobile sector, this is how it's done, unfortunately, and that's why I was kind of surprised to see what Sony did with Bungie. It's not like Sony to buy something that's already established like that and basically say, look, we don't want to do it ourselves. But then again, when you look at the nature of live service, you can kind of understand why Sony did it to a degree. I mean, it's like, look, we never made live service games. We're not going to sit here and pretend that we know how to make live service games. We're certainly not going to sit here and convince ourselves that we're going to succeed our first try. We don't have anybody here who knows how to make live service games, or at least doesn't have any experience. We're gonna need help here, and to me that makes sense. That makes sense. And I guess in the context of Game Pass, what Microsoft is trying to do here does make sense, but it just feels so cheap. That's the point. It feels cheap. And there's no doubt. I also want to put this out there. If Sony has a mega hit live service game, like if The Last of Us multiplayer fucking explodes and is like up there with Fortnite and GTA Online somehow, I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to give all that credit to just Sony and Sony alone. That will absolutely, a portion of that will be due to, that's Bungie right there. That's Bungie's expertise at work. And Sony bought that. It's not hard to acknowledge that, you know? But again, I'm comparing live service games to subscription services, which ironically enough is exactly the duality here. Jim Ryan thinks the future of gaming, at least when it comes to growth, is in live service. Microsoft believes it's in subscription services. I'm just glad to see single player games selling so damn well. Truthfully, I'm glad to see God of War selling 11 million in less than 3 months, an exclusive. I'm glad to see Elden Ring hitting 20 fucking million copies for a new IP. That's insane. I'm glad to see Hogwarts hitting 12 million in 2 weeks. I mean, yes, God of War, Hogwarts, these are established brands, and From Software is pretty established, but still, you love to see it. You love to see the just people continuing to support these single player games. And I think that that's going to be very important. Guys, give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. I had to give my wife her DualSense because she's she wanted to game, and I left it on the I left it on the charger, which is good because it's better than the controller being dead. So I had to give my wife her DualSense. That's funny. Let me see here. So thank you for that, Crispy. All right. Let me Kratos99, you're saying MBG games are running better on PS5, but I thought Microsoft said the Series X and S are the most powerful consoles ever. A bunch of lies. Look, man, the Series X is a very powerful console. It is. But there are two things at play here that are working against Microsoft, and I think these are things that we pointed out very early on. Number one is that, well, the Series S is tethered to it, and I know that people want to talk about PC and scaling, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult than people make it sound. You don't just press a button and boom, if it works on the X, it works flawlessly on the S. It doesn't work like that. It's going to require extra work to optimize for the S. It's just a fact. It's two different pieces of kit. You're going to have to pay attention to both. You're going to have to give both attention, okay? There's that, and there's the fact that something people were pointing out when we were comparing the specifications of the consoles when they were first announced, and a lot of like tech savvy people, they were pointing out like it seems the way that Sony, or specifically Mark Cerny, constructed the PS5 is to make it as easy as possible to optimize for, like super easy. And the overall IO throughput and the overall clock speed is basically going to help easily boost games and give you extra frames, like with very minimal optimization. And that's the thing. Yeah, it's very efficient. And I think that was a really smart play by Mark Cerny. And you could tell he knows what he's doing, and he's a developer. Like, he knows what's going on on the ground floor with game development, modern day game development, because that's the thing. A lot of these studios, they don't want to have to worry about optimizing to the nth degree. They want to do as minimal optimization as possible to get it where it needs to be so that they can hit their deadline and release their fucking game, And I feel like Microsoft literally took the opposite approach here with the Series X. Yes, it's more powerful. Yes, it has more compute units. Yes, it has more RDNA 2 features. It's going to take a lot more time and effort to tap into that. And frankly, I'm going to be honest, I think it's becoming clear that most developers don't give a shit about tapping into that, at least not right now. Maybe that'll change. We even covered a developer, a third-party developer, who said this. He said this word for word. He said that, yeah, the Xbox Series X has more power and it can do more, but it's harder to tap into, and we don't know that we want to do that. And it's like, this is one of those things where practicality, once again, wins the day. It turns out that Mark Cerny maybe had the foresight from his development background to know that realistically, are developers going to want to take advantage of, the extra bells and whistles? Like, is it necessary? Well, no, it's not necessary. Will developers care? Probably not. Okay, so you know what Sony did instead? They put the extra bells and whistles where it mattered in the DualSense. And you know what actually is being taken advantage of by developers constantly? The DualSense. And no, Sony's not busting their balls about it. Sony's not making it a mandate. Developers are just choosing to do it. Probably because they think it's kind of cool. It's different. It's unique. I'm just saying, it's like, we went into this gen where it's like ray tracing, RDNA 2, VRS, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, you got developers out here being like, yo, this DualSense is sick. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. So that, I think Microsoft, I'm going to be honest, I think that they bet on the wrong horse for now. We'll see if that changes, but I think they bet on the wrong horse. And I think Mark Cerny, I know people were making fun of the whole SSD, but it's not just about the SSD. It's about the entire way the PS5 is constructed, the pipeline, zero bottlenecks. It goes a long way. Clearly, it's going a long way for these developers. And games look great. That's the thing, is anytime, look, the PS5 has had some advantages, but they're not like huge. They're not huge. I feel like even the differences we've seen where the Xbox has had advantages, they're still not huge. It's like, I'm just confused, man. At the end of the day, like, I'm just confused. Like, I'll tell you what happened. Right now. Microsoft got a lot of fanfare with the 6 teraflop Xbox One X. You remember that? They decided to introduce the world to the word teraflop, and they marketed it as the world's most powerful console. And they really wanted to get one over on Sony, because Sony basically fucked them up, frankly, with the PS4 and the 1080p versus 720p stuff. So Microsoft got one over, and I think that Microsoft just really felt, and I don't blame them. I get why they would do it. I think they really felt like, look, we had a successful marketing run with the Xbox One X. We should do that again with the Series X. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, is that practical? Well, no, but it's efficient when it comes to marketing, and it works, and it did. And turns out that, don't bet against Cerny, man. That's all I'm saying. Don't bet against the CERN. There we go. There's a quote coming from MBG. Never bet against the CERN. All right. I got to keep this flowing here. You could tell at some point, you can always find within each one of my podcasts, there's a precise moment where the caffeine hits hard. And probably in the next hour or so, you're going to see me crash real hard. But yeah, you can always find that moment, because MBG just goes insane. And yes, I'm going to talk about Metal Gear, but I want to continue with these super chats. The Furious, you're saying Rare originally created Perfect Dark, which was Microsoft's first attempt to buy success after Nintendo laughed them out of the room when Microsoft tried to buy them. Yeah, I kind of forget sometimes that, yeah, Microsoft didn't actually create Rare. They did buy them. And I don't know, man. I don't know how Sea of Thieves is doing these days, but apparently it's a relatively successful live service game. They have that game Everwild. I don't know. We'll see what happens with Rare. But yeah, that is funny to think that they did create Perfect Dark. And yeah, that's so funny to think, man. Chris Gaming Show, you're saying whatever happened to Hellblade 2, your guess is as good as mine, man. I have no idea. New Soul 9, I have about 1, 2, 3. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, New Soul 9. There's some very generous super chats, and thank you to everybody who's super chatting. I really, really appreciate the support. So, New Soul 9, I'm just going to read your super chats all in a row here. You're saying, MBG, why would you be against Microsoft trying to fix the problem with money? I personally believe if you can't fix the problem by yourself, then get someone, even if it means a big company who can fix it, then get them. You continue by saying it's not fair to the fan nor the people that invest their money in the economy, system to keep waiting. Would you agree or disagree? And then you also say, well, New Soul 9, you guys actually have a thing going on here, so I'll read that next. But New Soul 9, to address what you're saying here, I want to say that, look, for talking about practicality, I think you're speaking more from the perspective of not necessarily, I don't know if you're speaking more from the from the point of view of an enthusiast or not an enthusiast. I feel like it's kind of a mix of both, because a part of me says you are coming from the point of view from an enthusiast, because only the enthusiast, I think, would care this much, right? Would care to say, like, yes, save the brand, do what you got to do. I don't want to see it go away. But also, what's fascinating is what you're saying also comes from the perspective of a casual, because a casual's somebody, and this is where you can kind of find that common denominator between the two, believe it or not. A casual would say, I don't really give a shit what happens behind the scenes. Like, I don't care if Xbox goes away. If they're going to give me a better deal and they're going to give me access to more games at a cheaper price, then that's all I care about. And that's, dude, I'm like that with things too, right? Like, I'm like that with movies and music to a degree, because I'm not as passionate about, those industries. And so I completely understand why to most people. And you have to understand that what I'm saying comes from a very PlayStation enthusiast standpoint, where I have always, as I said, wanted Xbox to mimic PlayStation and take on PlayStation's best qualities. I wanted to see Xbox basically be like, yo, that Last of Us game looks insanely good, and Horizon looks insanely good, and Ghost of Tsushima looks insanely good. We have to make our own games that compete with this, and we will do whatever it takes. We will spend as much money as we need to. And to be honest, you're not wrong about, a company, if they're struggling and they have a problem and they can't seemingly fix that problem themselves, then they have to pay to get it fixed. And you're right. The problem that Microsoft is facing right now is they're not making money from the Xbox division, and they really need to find a way, even if it's a long-term solution, to make money off of the Xbox division and find success. And they're going to do that through Game Pass. And the only way they're going to do that through Game Pass is, frankly, by doing kind of I don't want to say doing the opposite of what Sony's doing, but let's face it, like, they are taking the most safe approach in that we're going to buy established brands. We're going to buy established companies and development teams and games, so we don't have to worry about it. And from a practical standpoint, if I was at Microsoft, I'm not sitting here, I'm not going to act like I'm holier than thou and make it seem like, I would not do that, or if that was clearly the best business choice to save the business or to make it profitable. Of course, it would be my job to make that decision and go with the smarter option. But we do occasionally see, we do see executives every now and again where they actually, believe it or not, don't make a decision based on the bottom line. They actually try to incorporate morals, and it's interesting to always to see how that turns out. But I'm not saying Microsoft is wrong for trying to fix the problem. I'm not saying they're wrong for wanting to grow Xbox. I'm not saying they're wrong for wanting to make money, a lot of money, and find big success off of Xbox. The only thing I feel that is wrong here, again, if we're talking from morals, the only thing that I feel is wrong is that Microsoft is doing it in a way that, frankly, I find distasteful. I find it to be, as I said, the word that just keeps coming to mind is weak, because it doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't feel like it's from the heart. It doesn't feel like it's from the soul. And I know that when it comes to business, a lot of things aren't. And that's where it's like art, business, the two mixing together, shit gets fucked up. It happens all the time. But I think that ultimately that's what I'm trying to identify and trying to convey, is that there's some type of heart and soul within PlayStation Studios that I detect and I experience and I feel, and I can feel that coming from PlayStation Studios, where I don't know who's responsible for it. Again, I don't know if it's Jim Ryan or Herman Hulst. Those are just the names that we know. It's very likely, people below them that are managing these studios that are making certain decisions. Good management is what I'm saying. Like, proper management that understands what that heart and soul is, and how you grow it, and how you care for it, and how you make sure you don't just create a well-oiled money-making machine that has no heart and soul. I just feel that look at Activision Blizzard, man. Like, let's be honest. Where's the fucking heart and soul in that company? What are they doing? They do nothing but milk and milk and milk and milk with Call of Duty. And if something isn't a super mega hit, they say, fuck it, we're not doing it. or they milk something into the ground to where it dies. And to me, it's like, I wouldn't want Sony to buy Activision Blizzard because I would sit here and think to myself, like, they suck, dude. They suck. Like they just, their intentions are as soulless and heartless as can be. And this is coming from somebody, I have been a Call of Duty fan for a long time, and I really thought, like, I'm never not going to be into Call of Duty. I'm never going to be done with Call of Duty because I just love Call of Duty. And then the day just came where I'm like, I can't do this anymore, man. Like, it's not stopping. It just isn't stopping. And it's just going and going. And it's just a well-oiled machine that doesn't stop. And I understand from a high-ranking executive standpoint where you're beholden to your shareholders, I understand why you might look at that and be like, now that could bring us that could make us profitable. I mean, I think about the Tony Hawk remaster that we got, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, and that was incredible. And I was like, holy shit, like, I know it's not necessarily brand new, but this is good. Like, this is something good. And we got like Crash Bandicoot 4, which a lot of people were happy about. But when I saw that, I'm like, or the Tony Hawk remaster of Pro Skater 1 and 2, and then we got the news that the studio behind that, was it Vicarious Visions? This is Activision Blizzard for you, by the way. The studio behind that, apparently, they were going to remaster, give that same treatment to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, which were also incredible games. But because it wasn't a super mega ultimate sales hit, again, because they're so used to raking in that insane money from Call of Duty, they're like, you know what? You're going to become a Call of Duty studio. Sorry, no more. And I'm just like, that to me, that's soulless. It's all, and this is what we fear. This is what we do not want PlayStation to turn into. This is why, frankly, a lot of people have a lot of fear about Sony embracing live service games, because we see what happens with a successful live service game. It becomes a soulless cash cow. The antithesis of what a great, a great narrative, gripping single player game delivers. It's the exact opposite. So that's why I said earlier that this, to me, like, I'm concerned about the industry at large, because shit is just becoming too soulless, man. And you could argue that, and I know what a lot of people are going to say. They're going to say, dude, you're looking in the wrong space. You need to look at the indies. And of course, that's the great thing about the industry today, is that a lot of the heart and soul comes from these not so popular, not as in your face. They're not the well-oiled machine. It's actually the opposite. And I understand that, but I just am saying that I think there can be a healthy middle ground for all AAA game publishers where you can have your cake and eat it too. It just requires balance. It requires you making sure that you don't just give up and say, we just need, I don't know if you guys can hear my son. He's out there yelling for me. He's like, move on to the next topic. This is too much. Well, anyway, I'm going to end that rant there. But we have a couple more super chats here. Leo Jimmy, you're saying Microsoft couldn't give Sony a dose of their own medicine, even if they had a pediatrician. Microsoft bought time for almost 8 years. Now their time is running out. 2, if Stellar Games doesn't make up for 8 years. I think you meant like the 2 Stellar games, as in, like, I don't know which games you're referring to, but I'm assuming maybe Forza. But Leo, look, man, it's interesting when we have this conversation, because we see the different perspectives. And Leo, I have to admit, I'm more in agreement with your perspective. I see things similarly to how you do, where it's like, yes, they are running out of time. And this is why when I asked earlier, like, what did Phil Spencer actually do? The one thing that somebody did point out, that it's the biggest thing he did, is he stopped Xbox from getting axed. He stopped it from dying. And you could argue that that was the single most important thing he could have done. But you have to ask yourself, like, what was the cost associated with that? The cost was exactly what we're seeing now, where the time, there's no more time. They can't keep bleeding money. They are now by investing in Activision Blizzard, but now a company that's investing that type of money into a brand, you better be prepared for it to turn into a soulless cash cow. Because I think people sometimes forget that Microsoft isn't doing this for fun. Microsoft isn't paying $68 billion for Activision Blizzard for fun or for their health. They're doing it to create a well-oiled machine or to take a well-oiled machine and integrate that into their own to create an unstoppable force within the gaming industry. And, I'm not saying it's all bad. I know I've been extremely harsh on Xbox. I just want to say it's not all bad. I do think that at the end of the day, we will see Microsoft yield some good results with this. I'm not saying all the money they're spending is pointless, just like the money that Sony spends isn't pointless either. I just think that, it's not a surefire thing, and there's aspects to it that are not good. But then New Soul 9, you responded to Leo, which is interesting here. You're saying, Leo, please try to understand game development before saying nonsense. Microsoft can't just snap their fingers to fix problems. The same logic applies with Sony. It took them years to get where they are now. Microsoft is no different. Again, this is where I got to be honest, it almost turns into a somewhat of a philosophical discussion, because New Soul 9, you're saying that Microsoft can't just snap their fingers to fix problems. But I also want to point out, man, that isn't that kind of what they're doing, though? I mean, really think about it, New Soul 9. Like, if Microsoft is making the biggest acquisition in gaming history on a scale the likes of which has never been seen before, it's all done for one reason, and it's because they want to fix the problem. They want to fix the problem. They know that the Band-Aid isn't gonna take care of the gunshot wound that was inflicted back in 2013 with the Xbox One. They know that Bethesda isn't going to be enough to stop them from bleeding out too fast. They need something bigger. They need something unstoppable. And let's be honest, Call of Duty and King and the entirety of Activision Blizzard, that's as close to unstoppable as you get in this industry. And it's been proven. And so I would argue that, you're saying that the same logic applies to Sony. It took them years to get where they are. Now Microsoft doesn't. You're right about that. But you have to keep in mind, New Soul 9, that the big thing we're pointing out here is that the end result for both of these companies is the same. They want to find success. They want to win. They want to find success. They want to win. They want to make money. But it's how each company is going about doing it that differs dramatically. And I will say that, as I said it earlier, it's not necessarily wrong in business to pay for a solution, but I don't know, man. I've said it. I don't know how many times at this point. I just feel like there's something. Here's the best way I could frame it. Okay. Here's the best way I could frame it, and hopefully this will give everybody a better understanding. If Sony retaliates, I'm not talking about whether it's possible or not. I'm just talking about a hypothetical scenario. If this Activision Blizzard deal goes through, and then within a couple months, Sony retaliates, again, before anybody jumps on me, it's a hypothetical. Sony says, you know what? We're going to acquire Take-Two Interactive. We're going to get a loan from the Bank of Japan, and we're going to spend how many $70 billion of our own. I don't know. Again, I'm not talking about the possibility. I'm just saying, let's just say that happens somehow, some way. Sony comes out and says, we're buying Take-Two Interactive. And the only way that Sony can get this to go through is by doing exactly what Microsoft is, saying, we're not taking games away. We're not making GTA exclusive. We're not making NBA exclusive. No way. Like but we're going to leverage it. We're going to leverage it. Or yeah, I mean, maybe we could say Warner Bros. Instead. Maybe that's a more realistic one. But I'm just trying to find a publisher that can match Activision Blizzard in terms of scale and scope. All right, and I don't know who's bigger, Activision or Take Two. Surely Take Two is bigger than Activision, right? But anyway, I'm just using this hypothetical because here's the thing. I would look at that and be disheartened because I would think to myself, like, this isn't what I fucking want from Sony. You know? Like this isn't I don't want you to buy something that's already out there. Now, the one thing that Microsoft has here, and this is where I don't think a possibility for Sony, but the one thing that Microsoft has here to basically make it so that it's easy for people to be excited about this is that Microsoft is saying, if we get Activision Blizzard, we're going to put those games in the Game Pass. And this is where it harkens back to what somebody said earlier about this is the Amazon situation where they're going to wait it out. They're going to bleed while they wait. But they're just going to wait because they can afford to bleed as long as they need to until that competitor can't hang no more. And that's why I just think like I will say that what Microsoft is doing with Activision Blizzard very much is it is really a powerful move for Microsoft that will pretty much guarantee their success. That's the thing about it, is if this goes through, Microsoft has they basically bought their ticket to success. And that, that's why I would hate if Sony did something like that. And that's why, like, even now with what they did with Bungie, notice how I don't really talk about that. Notice how, like, I'm not excited about that because, like, that to me, that's not exciting. And even we could even take this further. People might say, "Well, isn't that what Sony does when they buy third-party deals?" Yeah, but guys, and I'm talking to the people who are always using that argument. Like, don't you understand that? What do you think PlayStation fans are hyping up more? At the end of it, like, do you think we're sitting here hyping up the third party? I mean, maybe for the past year, it's looked a bit bad because that's all Sony's been announcing because they're holding back their first party. But no, we want Spider-Man 2. We want Ghost of Tsushima 2, right? Like, we want these first party games. We want a new fucking Astrobot game, for crying out loud. Like, this is what we want, that new IP from Bend. This is what PlayStation fans really want and care about more than anything, more so than any third-party deal. The third-party deals are like the icing on the cake. We could live without them as long as Sony keeps delivering in the way that they have been. All right? And I just feel like this is why, at the end of the day, I'm not... it was easy for me to root for Sony buying Blue Point Games, for buying Housemarque, because these were basically already first-party studios. And everybody knows that. Fire Sprite's made up of developers that previously worked at Sony. I could not get excited about Sony buying a publisher because it's like, what does that do for me? Now, if Sony was like, well, we're going to put all their games in the PS Plus, okay, all right. I mean, I would have bought them either way, but cool, that saves me some money. So that does do something for me. And that's where, from the practical side of things, I understand people who are rooting for that. The more casuals, or even some of the enthusiasts who just want to save money. I get that. But I know I've been talking about this a lot. It's mainly because, well, I got a lot of super chats on it, and I clearly have a lot to say about it. I do apologize. I truthfully did not mean for the bulk of this show to turn into this again, but it's hard not to, man. I gotta admit, like, it really is. The reason why it's in the headlines every single week is because when it comes to Sony and Xbox and PlayStation and Microsoft, like, it really is, it really is the sucking up all the oxygen in the room. But we're gonna move on. I see people asking me to talk about Metal Gear. Don't worry, I'm definitely gonna talk about Metal Gear. We're gonna end the show with that, and hopefully it'll be ending on a more positive note. Luis Ramos, you're saying, I'm interested to see what Haven Studios is working on for Sony to acquire them in a heartbeat without a track record. The game must be amazing. Well, keep in mind, something about Haven Studio that I pointed out is one of the reasons why Sony apparently bought them up so quickly is because they are utilizing a new type of development technology that takes advantage of the cloud. I don't know that it's going to be a cloud game. It doesn't seem like it's going to be. It's going to be a PS5 AAA exclusive, new concept type of game. But the way that they're creating it, they're apparently doing something in the AAA gaming development space that hasn't been done yet that could potentially, given enough time and seeing how it works out, could completely revolutionize AAA game development. And Sony bought that. So that to me is why Sony bought them. I mean, their game might be incredible as well. But this is important because now Mark Cerny's even getting involved with it because he sees something here too. And this is fascinating to me because if Sony does this, if Haven Studio basically, it turns out that they were pioneers and they found a new way to develop AAA games in like a really streamlined way that almost didn't seem possible previously. And then suddenly it's like Sony unlocks some kind of new development pipeline where, holy shit, we can produce AAA games at like this, what would be like the equivalent of speed of light in the industry because of this. Sony would own that. That's crazy. Like, that's why they bought Haven, because if this does revolutionize AAA game development, that's Sony's, no one else's. Sony could sell it, of course, and license it or give away their secrets. And if they lose developers, they're also going to lose some of those secrets as well. Well, maybe not. I don't know. That's where, no, technically, it depends on like what they're patenting and the systems. But I'm just saying that this could be something game changing, not just for like the game that the studio is going to release, but for all of PlayStation Studios. And that's interesting. That's why I'm very intrigued to see. Keep in mind, one of the things that Mark Cerny and Herman Holst, I think it was Herman Holst who said it, when they announced that they acquired Haven, one of the reasons why they were really quick to pick them up is they said, this studio has made progress like faster than we've ever seen. Like, basically saying it's like surprising. And it surprised Sony to a point where they were like, something's going on here. We need to get these guys in the door right now. That's very interesting. That's something we want to pay attention to, I think. Who knows? It might turn out to be nothing in the end, but I don't know, man. The people like Herman Holst, people like Mark Cerny, they know what to look for. Leo Jimmy, you're saying, Leo Jimmy, you're saying saying all hell no, Soul, in response to New Soul 9. I don't want to hear that junk. Instead of making games, Microsoft made controllers. Instead of games, they brought out five different consoles to buy themselves more time. They buy devs 8 years. So we got a bit of it. This is fascinating to me. We got a bit of a back and forth going with super chats between Leo Jimmy and New Soul 9. But I appreciate the discourse, guys. I think you guys I appreciate you guys keeping it healthy. You're not being nasty to one another. And I think, it's a healthy debate and I like it. And I just want it to be known that Leo Jimmy, New Soul 9, you guys are basically on opposite ends right now when it comes to your opinions on Microsoft. And I think that's totally fine. I think that's where, if anything, I think maybe it's just you're both, and all of us were trying to work to find a good middle ground here that makes sense all around, where it doesn't have to be perfect, but it makes sense. And it, again, another word that I've been using a lot is practical. So I think it's interesting to see this. But hey man, I see somebody asking if I talked Metal Gear yet. Not yet. We're going to get there. So New Soul 9, Leo Jimmy, thank you guys so much for your super chats. Very interesting conversation for sure. Shane Ramsey, a member for 27 months, you're saying, we need console wars to help make games and technology better. Thanks for the great content. Well, yeah, I mean, look, I know people, I don't like using the term console war, and I know that's pretty much how it comes off, like I'm a console war channel or whatever, but it's just like, Yeah, that's what it is. Like it's ironic because that's exactly what I've been advocating for since the beginning, which is competition. Like I've always said that, man, why everyone's like, dude, why are you so hard on Xbox? Why do you hate them? Like, no, I just want them to be better, man. Like, I want them to give. Why do you think earlier in this show, even though I hate Microsoft for doing it, but I did say that I almost do wonder, and I wonder, yo, you know, it's not the way I wanted Microsoft to compete, but if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard, that's going to force Sony to be even more competitive. And I'm all for that. I'm all for that. As I said, we push because we care, and we care because we want something better. And that's all it comes down to. Acute perspective, true, saying if Microsoft Xbox Series X has more in its architecture than a Sony PS5, explain how the PS5 costs more. It doesn't cost more though. Unless you're referring to the price increase across the market. I can only assume that's what you're talking about because the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are both $500, at least US dollars. So if you're talking about the price increase of the PS5 when Sony announced it last year, like in all territories except the US or North America, that was more of a business thing. That's because the price of components have gone up and Sony wants to continue to profit as much as they can, or break even at the very least on the PS5. Microsoft, as we said, Microsoft can afford to not do that because they're totally willing and okay to operate in the red for as long as they need to. And I also want it to be known, both the Xbox Series X and S have actually increased in price in multiple territories. Slowly but surely, Microsoft is doing the exact same thing that Sony did. They're not ripping the Band-Aid off at one time and saying price increase across the board. They're doing it from one territory to the next, month over month, to try to mitigate the backlash. Just like Microsoft increased their price of their games to $70. They would never do that. Again, it's all about the money. Always has been, always will be, for better or for worse. Josh, you're saying PlayStation community doesn't feel the need to lie when PlayStation messes up or has a trash showcase, whereas there's a big Xbox podcast dedicated to damage control. I don't know, man. The amount of people are saying I'm like on copium overdose here because I'm hyping up the PlayStation showcase right after this bad state of play. And what I don't understand is, like, guys, like I would understand that rationale if like there was no rumor of a showcase. If I was just out here and be like, no worries, guys, Sony's going to have that showcase. We have no evidence of that whatsoever, but it's going to happen. I could understand why people are like, dude, please shut up. Like, why are you talking about this? I'm talking about it because we have one of the only reliable insiders, literally one of the only people that has any insight into what Sony's doing, letting us know, like, you can be excited. It's coming. They're doing it. That's why I'm talking about it. You know what I mean? And I understand people are going to be like, well, I don't give a shit about insiders. I'm tired of getting burned. I get that. I respect it. But it just so happens that this person was correct. So don't shoot the messenger, man. Don't shoot the messenger. That's all I'm saying. But you know what? I will say this. I totally respect the if you have the attitude where it's like, listen, I don't want to get excited. I don't want to get my hopes up. I just want to sit here and be indifferent until the day comes where it happens. I actually respect that. And I would probably, truthfully speaking, if I didn't have 4-hour-long podcasts and I didn't create so much content, I'd probably be like that too. I would be. Like, I wouldn't be talking about it every day in like, my personal life. If I didn't have like a presence on social media and if I didn't do this, I probably would just have that exact attitude where it's like, okay, like, well, it'll probably happen at some point. When it does, I'll be excited. Until then, just going to play my PS5, So I totally respect that. Let me see here, Josh. You're saying Xbox just seems like a desperate brand. Well, they are. I mean, dude, you have to be desperate when your company's president goes up in front of a regulatory body in Europe and puts out a pie chart that makes you look like, you suck. you know, it's pretty it's kind of funny. I got it. It's actually more than kind of. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Shane Ramsey, you're saying if Sony took Take-Two, maybe we could get GTA 6 before the PlayStation 6. You guys think? No, I don't think. I'm confident that GTA 6 is going to come out before the PlayStation 6. We will get a PlayStation 6 version, no doubt. No doubt. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Shane. Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar Games, they're taking their good old time with GTA 6, and I think they should. When you have an IP, when you have the name Grand Theft Auto, after seeing the truly unfathomable success of GTA 5, yeah, you're going to need like a decade to make your game, because the expectation is not cool. Like, it's like an unhealthy amount of expectation that's on GTA 6's shoulders. And I don't envy the team. I don't envy Rockstar, because it's like, how do you follow that up, man? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I do believe, though, that if you're going to attempt to follow that up, you need probably like a decade of time. Like, imagine if Sony had a game that sold 175 million fucking copies. Imagine if Sony released a game at the beginning of the PS4 in 2012 or 2013 and it sold 175 million copies. Like, dude, we wouldn't see that game till like the PlayStation 6, middle of PlayStation 6. It's crazy. It's crazy how successful GTA 5 is. So, also a topic I had written down, and I just want to get this out of the way before I end it with Metal Gear. Mortal Kombat 12. Did you guys see that was announced by WB themselves? I feel so bad for Ed Boon, because Ed Boon has been working so hard to not let this game slip out and keeping people on the fence. Like, is it Injustice 3? Is it Mortal Kombat 12? And then an executive doing an earnings call for WB just casually said, we have Mortal Kombat 12 coming out this year. And everybody, and dude, Ed Boon put out the funniest tweet. He's like, did you guys hear about Injustice 3? That's crazy. I can't believe they did that. But there we go. Apparently Mortal Kombat. I bet you Sony has the marketing rights to that, and that's why we haven't gotten the announcement yet. We'll see if that turns out to be true. But, Sony's been getting pretty close with WB, so I wouldn't be surprised if Sony actually secured the marketing rights for Mortal Kombat 12. Didn't Sony have the marketing rights for a previous Mortal Kombat or Injustice? I think they did. So that could be a reason why they didn't have it, or they haven't announced it yet. But man, what a year for fighting games. Crazy year for fighting games. Let me see. Laman, you're saying Ballistic Moon is like Supermassive Games 2.0. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I'm curious to see what they're working on. Josh Z, you're saying, after the future of the Wii U, imagine if Nintendo had raised the white flag and said, we can't compete anymore. Let's try to make sure nobody does. No, they learned and made the switch. Exactly. I almost wonder why Microsoft, well, I guess maybe, yeah, it would, at that point, they would be making their main opponent Nintendo. I don't know, man. I feel like the writing was on the wall. It was on the wall quite a while ago, where Microsoft simply should have just became a third-party publisher. I do want to say, though, I don't know that would have been good for PlayStation. I mean, look, I love PlayStation, man, and I love everything about the brand, but I do not ever want to see a Sony with no competition. I never want to see a PlayStation with zero competition. To me, that wouldn't be good at all. That would be concerning. We don't want to see that. So I'm kind of glad that Microsoft is still in the game, but my wish has not been fulfilled, which is to see Microsoft bring the heat in the same way that Sony is, and see them both kind of like, if we were going to see an arms race between Sony and Microsoft, I didn't want to see it be like this. I didn't want to see like an acquisition war. I wanted to see like a AAA single player game war. How's that sound for you? A AAA single player game war between Sony and Microsoft. Doesn't that sound just fantastic? That sounds amazing to me. Both companies fighting each other to make the better single player game, the bigger single player AAA game. God, that sounds fucking awesome. But alas, my dreams remain dreams. Xbox fans can say whatever they want. I think that they want that too. I think that they would like to see that too. I think that's where we can all agree. That would be great. That would be great to see. Big Itty 08. I hope I said your name right. You're saying, I believe the Activision deal is only bad for PlayStation content creators. I mean, that basically what you're saying is that's very bad for me. I don't know, man. Like, I understand, like, from your perspective, why it would seem that way, where it's like, this is the last thing that PlayStation fans, especially PlayStation content creators, want. But dude, I'll be honest, man. I'm not in agreement. And I know it may seem that way. Look, the only reason this conversation has lingered on as long as it has is because this shit is not going through quickly. It's painful. It's like pulling teeth. And I know it's going to sound, I know some people might not believe me, but dude, when we see that headline come out, I don't know if it's going to be in the middle of this year, at the end of this year. I hope to God it doesn't have to wait until 2024, but the headline comes out that official Microsoft acquires Activision Blizzard. I'm going to breathe such a big sigh of relief. I'm like, fucking thank you. It's over. Like, it's over. And we can move on now, and Xbox fans will be able to, hype up any of these games coming to Game Pass. You're suddenly going to see, I'm joking when I say this, but it's kind of true. You're going to suddenly see a bunch of Xbox content creators who never talked about Call of Duty previously become the biggest Call of Duty fans. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. But I don't think it's bad for me because here's the thing. I try to think from a content creator's point of view. If this doesn't go through, from a content creator point of view, oh my God, I'm going to have a field day. I can be totally upfront and honest with you. Yes, if this were to get blocked, holy shit, it's going to be glorious. And I'm going to enjoy that wave of content creation because it's going to be fucking funny. If it does go through though, but I just want it to be known. That's all I get out of it. Like, it's funny for a little bit. And we get to like kind of laugh at Microsoft, like, damn, bro, that sucks for you guys. But then it's kind of back to where we were, which is, okay, so about those upcoming Sony games. You know what I mean? If it goes through, which it seems like people are telling me it's going to, then from a content creation point of view, I basically get to say, okay, well, Sony tried to stop it and they failed. And now I'm excited to see what they're going to do to make up for this potential loss, because surely they're going to feel like they have to do something. So, I mean, I know it seems unrealistic to some people, but truthfully, I feel like I don't lose either way as a content creator. And we'll see what happens, man. I mean, look, I almost feel like if I was an Xbox content creator right now, I would feel like overwhelmed. Truthfully, I'd be like, I don't even know how I should cover this. Like, do I cover like all the Bethesda games, or like, do I just focus on Xbox's internal studios, or do I start talking about Activision games? I really wouldn't know what to do, because I'd be like, this is too much. I can't keep track of this. I can hardly keep track of PlayStation Studios as is. So, that's crazy to me to be able to, but I guess it's a good thing, right? For Xbox content creators, I have to imagine. And PS Previewer or PS Reviewer 100, you're saying, do you think that Sony will try to secure some sort of exclusivity deal for GTA 6? Mark my words. Mark my words. I'm telling you now, an ace in the hole that Sony has that we don't know about yet. And Microsoft might know about this. And I feel like this would actually explain why Microsoft is willing to fight Sony so hard, because they're like, you know what, Sony, you sons of bitches, you are the same mother effers that are out here talking about we're going to be the bad guys for making Call of Duty exclusive. Yet, let's be honest, the biggest hypocritical thing I've seen from Sony, and it really is truly hypocritical, is Sony is saying this shit to the regulators while every time there's a piece of marketing for Call of Duty, it not only has the PlayStation logo, but it has like exclusive benefits, like a little logo that says exclusive benefits, and it's like, Jesus Christ, Sony, like what are you doing? Like you can't do it that way, you know? It makes look at yourselves. So I kind of get that Microsoft is like getting pissed off by that because it's pretty dumb. But I'm telling you now that Sony has already secured. I bet you Sony has already secured the marketing rights to Grand Theft Auto 6. And I don't know that they're going to get much out of it. Like there might be some like exclusive like cosmetics and shit like that. But the most important thing is that Sony's going to be able to do for GTA 6 what they did for a lot of their games. Look at what they did with Hogwarts Legacy. I'm telling you right now, Sony is having talks. Think of this just for a moment. Imagine a fucking GTA 6 state of play. Think of that. That could happen. That could be a reality if Sony has the marketing rights. Oh man, this is why I'm saying, like, I don't feel that bad for Sony. I don't feel that bad for Sony because this is the type of shit that Sony does like to secure in the background, and it works, man. But the only thing that I think Sony cares about with GTA 6 is we want the PlayStation logo plastered all over this game. That's what we want. We want the PS5 logo plastered all over GTA 6. That is what matters to Sony. And this is where it's like, you know, this is why, I'm going to be honest, this is why Sony doesn't need to buy publishers because they're doing shit like this. And an argument could be made. Couldn't Microsoft do it? Yes, they could. Are they willing to do it? Probably not. So, oh, and one last thing I want to say, and then I'm going to talk about Metal Gear. I know you guys have been waiting, and I appreciate your patience. You guys are awesome. Last thing I'm going to say, for those who doubt Sony having the marketing rights to GTA 6, let's just look back. The very first event that Sony did for the PS5, it was June of 2020. They called it the Future of PlayStation. They opened the show by having an awesome video where they went through the PS1 through the PS4, kind of going through the generations to get people hyped up, get that nostalgia flowing. And then what did they dive right into? Literally the first thing that Sony prioritized with the PS5 showcase was, we want to remind you of our partnership with Rockstar Games, and we're gonna give we struck a deal. You're gonna get GTA 5 for free if you're subscribed to PS Plus. But make no mistake, Sony was flexing right there, making it known. Oh yeah, us and Rockstar, we're still tight, and that's gonna be a big deal. That was a calculated decision. And yeah. So anyway, hit that like button for me, you guys. Could we get to 500 likes? That would be amazing. I'd appreciate that. Hit that like button. We are going to talk about Metal Gear Solid. We have an update on this situation. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so there was some conversation prior to the state of play that maybe, just maybe, Sony's going to reveal the Metal Gear Solid collection with Konami. Boy, we couldn't have been more wrong. Now, the reason why we even speculated this was because we had an individual named Andy Robinson. Andy Robinson works for Video Game Chronicle, or VGC for short, and he has reported on Metal Gear, specifically Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake and the Metal Gear Solid collection, as well as Konami in general. He has reported multiple times on this with some inside information. Now, when it comes to how how accurate their leaks have been, they've been pretty good. They're not 100%. VGC's track record is not 100%, but it's definitely up there. I'd say it's probably like 75 to 80%. It's really good. And they were correct about a lot of the things that they said about Silent Hill specifically. In fact, they were one of the only people, as far as I'm aware, that broke stories about Silent Hill 2 Remake and Bloober Team. And they were the ones who talked about Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, and it's currently being developed by Virtua Studio. And they also said that Konami has a collection, like a remaster collection in the works. So he basically tweeted out when somebody asked him, hey, like, can what's going on with that Metal Gear Solid collection? And he said, tune into our podcast on Thursday. Some people thought, oh, well, Thursday is the same day that the State of Play is happening. Maybe it's going to be announced there. But no. He said to tune into the podcast because simply he wanted to plug their podcast. It's a new podcast for VGC. And obviously they want to have their exclusive scoops for that podcast so people tune into it and it spreads around. It's pretty smart. And here's the new information regarding Metal Gear Solid. So first and foremost, Konami is planning on having a big E3 show. At this big E3 show, they're likely going to reveal Castlevania. They have a brand new Castlevania in development, and apparently out of all the games that they have in the works, Castlevania has been in development for the longest, supposedly, which is fascinating to me. No word on who's developing it. I believe last they said apparently it's being developed by an internal Konami development team. So we could be getting like just a straight up Konami developed, AAA, I'm assuming it's a AAA Castlevania game. That sounds pretty exciting. Now for Metal Gear Solid, Andy Robinson said that Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is going to be announced at Konami's E3. However, in regards to the Metal Gear Solid collection, and this is fascinating to me, apparently Konami isn't sure what to do with other Metal Gear Solid games. Now, he also said that Konami is looking at Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake as a, quote, test bed of sorts to see like how people respond to this and how it ends up panning out. And I think I now have a much better understanding of the way Konami is planning on handling Metal Gear. Now, immediately the first people think to themselves is, Konami, what are you talking about? You don't know what to do with the previous Metal Gear Solid games. Just release them. Just release ports so people can play these games in their original form on modern hardware. They don't have to be remasters. That's true. But I think Konami might be doing this in a kind of a smarter way, because I want you to consider this. And this, I thought about this as well, or I heard somebody mention this. Maybe it was during the podcast. I don't know. Maybe somebody else mentioned it, but it made sense. Some people would naturally think, well, just release the remaster collection first and then release the Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. But that would be like the equivalent of EA saying, here's a remaster collection of Dead Space 1 through 3, and then we're doing Dead Space Remake. It's going to hurt the sales of Dead Space Remake because people are going to be like, well, they're probably the same thing. I mean, anybody who's paying attention knows they're not the same thing. But generally speaking, it's going to create market confusion. So I do understand why Konami is maybe hesitant to just come out and be like, here's some remasters of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are coming before the remake, when in reality, what they probably could do is just do Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. And people might be thinking to themselves, okay, well, if Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is a big success and they would just want to continue remaking the games, why would they start with 3? That doesn't make any sense. That seems pretty stupid. Why not start with 1? Well, because in the Metal Gear timeline, for anybody who has played the Metal Gear Solid games, technically, chronologically, in the timeline, Metal Gear Solid 3 is the actual first game. It's based in the 1960s, well before Metal Gear Solid 1 takes place, with Big Boss. So that's why it actually makes the most sense to kind of remake Metal Gear Solid 3. Because I'm almost getting the feeling here, and this is all speculation at this point, I'm getting the feeling that if Virtua Studio nails the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, it comes out, maybe it'll be a PS5 exclusive. I don't know. Really quick, Sons of Liberty, you're saying Jeff Grubb says on Metal Gear Solid, I don't know if you're saying this, I don't know if this is like inside information, I didn't see it being reported on, but you're saying he says that they're going to bring back all the old games in a big way, the delisted ones. They could do that. I mean, that would make sense. People would buy it. I mean, that's an easy way for Konami to make money, just immediately. Like here's Metal Gear Solid 1 through 4 playable on PS5. There's no texture work. There's no upgrades. It's just the games. People would buy it. Yeah, they'd make easy money. But I think there might be an opportunity here for in a way, I don't want to say it's not a reboot, but to basically remake the entire Metal Gear series, like the mainline series. To me, this would be I mean, look, they could basically have a Final Fantasy VII remake situation on their hands. Granted, and I want to point this out, it's different in that you don't take Metal Gear Solid 3 and separate it into three different parts. That would be stupid. That wouldn't work. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying that to basically have a game, a classic game, and treat it in a way where it's like this is going to be reintroduced. And I don't know, man. It would be blasphemous, and dude, I'm telling you now, people would lose their fucking minds. Metal Gear fans would cry. They would hate Konami. But I could see a situation where the actual titles of the games get renamed, where Metal Gear Solid 3 is actually just called Metal Gear Solid. And then Metal Gear Solid 1 Remake is actually titled Metal Gear Solid 2. And then Metal Gear Solid 2 is titled Metal Gear Solid 3, and so on and so forth, which is ironic because, like, 4 would still be 4. But, if you're trying to, like, reintroduce these games in a big way to potentially new audience, that could be one way to do it. And I don't know that they would be able to rename the game, but that would drive Kojima nuts. That would drive Kojima fans nuts as well, and Metal Gear fans. But I guess I'm just saying that if I had to choose for what Konami should do, I think that they should try to put all of their eggs right now in the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake basket and treat it with a lot of respect and give it the proper care that it needs, and hope that Virtuous does as well. Because if they can reintroduce Metal Gear with a proper remake of the third game, which is technically the first game, and knock it out of the park, then at that point it's just okay. Now you have runway. All you do after that, remake Metal Gear Solid 1. Or you know what? Even better. Hell, I don't know, man. Get a studio to remake the original 1987 Metal Gear and the one after that on Zanzibar Land. Fully remake those games. Now that you could, Konami could pull a Final Fantasy VII remake with those games, because those are like, God, man, those games are ancient and no one even knows about them really. Nobody even knows the story, and some of the story aspects are completely ridiculous. But they could, I don't know, man, give it to a competent studio and have them remake it and change some things as well. Maybe an internal team at Konami can do it. I don't know. It could be Metal Gear Zero. I don't know what they would name it, but the sky, in my opinion, with Metal Gear is the limit when it comes to working with what is already established and what they have. And I think that just the most clear path forward for Konami with Metal Gear is, look, I don't think anybody's ready for Metal Gear Solid 6. Some people might be. I don't think it's time yet. I think what they should do is just remake every mainline game, and if possible, even try to remake the original Metal Gear 1 and 2. And if you do that, you have many years ahead of you of being able to successfully make good money off of the Metal Gear series and win the goodwill back of the fan base. Because I promise you, yes, a lot of Metal Gear fans are not happy about what Konami did to Kojima, but if they properly remake these Metal Gear games and really do it justice, that'll go a long way in winning a lot of goodwill back from the Metal Gear fan base. And after that, you do that over a course of many years, remake Metal Gear 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're amazing, and they're just incredible. And maybe it'll even take us to the PlayStation 6 generation, After that, maybe I don't know, take your best shot, bring out. I mean, I don't. It sounds insane to say, because God, man, we are actually approaching the 10th anniversary of Metal Gear Solid 5. But by the time the PlayStation 6 is out, remake Metal Gear Solid 5, remaster it, whatever. And then after that, who knows? Maybe people could be ready for Metal Gear Solid 6 without Kojima. I don't know. But this is apparently Konami's plan, and I think it all hinges. I think the future of Metal Gear truly it hinges upon the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Laman, you're saying if the Activision Blizzard deal goes through, will Sony open their wallet? I don't know, man. That's a good question. To weave this into the topic at hand, if the Activision Blizzard deal goes through, I would like to see Sony bring on Konami, purchase Konami, and have Metal Gear, have Castlevania, have Silent Hill. I think that would be great. BBDW, member for 21 months, you're saying, so remake the series like Resident Evil has received. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, the blueprint's right there, dude. Exactly. I don't know why I didn't even think of that, but yes, that's all Konami has to do. The hard part is just making sure you do it right. Because here's the thing. Metal Gear Solid 3 came out in like 2004, and Metal Gear Solid 1 came out in 1998. So that's like, there's a big difference between how Metal Gear Solid 3 plays versus how Metal Gear Solid 1 plays. And Metal Gear Solid 1 would need quite a bit of reworking. I think Metal Gear Solid 3 needs a bit of reworking, and it needs to be modernized, but MGS1 certainly would need it even more. And some things would actually probably have to change. Like, I think some Final Fantasy VII remake level changes, to a degree, not as extreme, but to a certain degree, would have to take place with Metal Gear Solid 1, because AAA games that came out then they're just different now. Like, it was a much shorter game compared to the standard of today. I don't know, again, the camera angles. It would be a big undertaking, but if it's treated, I mean, we are in the golden age of remakes. So I will say, if Konami somehow fucks up Metal Gear Solid remakes during the golden age of remakes, at that point I give up entirely. It's over. Metal Gear's dead entirely, because it's like, look, we need to be able to play these games. Now, do I think that this means we shouldn't get like any collection at all? No, I think even if Metal Gear Solid 3 remake is successful and Konami wants to go down like the Resident Evil route, where they're going to continue to remake every mainline game in order, or in whatever order they want, then I think all they would really have to do is just release straight ports. Maybe just 60, a little bit resolution bump, a little bit of a higher frame rate, just to make it more playable. And just release those versions of the games so people who want to play that can still play that and have access to that. And I think it would be great if it came in the form of a full-blown collection. But the timing of it would be important, because, again, you just don't really see that. You don't see remakes and remasters in this, of a game series. Like, for example, I don't know. Capcom kind of has done this, right? I mean, while Capcom was remaking Metal Gear, Capcom was remaking like Resident Evil 2 and 3 and now 4. They have been kind of bringing up their older, like, on the PS5, you can play Resident Evil 4. You know what I mean? And that, I think Konami maybe should just do that. So yeah, I don't know, man. When it comes to Metal Gear, I'm excited. Now, the question that I have, and I hope we get a little bit more insight into this, is with Andy Robinson saying that, hey, Konami's having a big E3. This is where they're going to announce Metal Gear Solid 3. Is Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake going to be exclusive to PlayStation? To me, this would be a very big deal. It would be. Like, I'll tell you right now, man, if Sony's lawyers have informed them that Uh, well, to be fair, I think that they would do this whether they knew or not. But I have no doubt in my mind that Sony is and has been for quite some time. They've probably been accelerating the rate at which they're trying to secure third party deals as a kind of a safety net, or like a, just extra padding, so to speak. Because if this deal with Activision does go through, Sony is definitely going, you're going to see that at that point, Sony can do anything. And that's the great thing. Well, maybe not great for, see, this is what I mean. This is what happens when you get into an arms race. It's not great for people who just want to play, a game everywhere. But if you're like a PlayStation enthusiast and you want to see Sony, like, get more exclusives, the benefit of the Activision Blizzard deal going through is that Sony will be immune, basically. They can do literally anything. They can secure as many exclusives as they want. They can secure any deal, and no one can say shit. No one can say shit. And if anything, this Activision Blizzard deal will justify all of the deals that Sony has made. So I feel like Sony probably has quite a few more third-party deals that we don't yet know about. And I just feel like Metal Gear would make the most sense. I feel like Metal Gear is synonymous with PlayStation. For the love of God, you can only play Metal Gear Solid 4. You can play it on PC technically, but really that game's still locked to PS3, which is insane to think. So I would be elated. I would like as many people as possible to play Metal Gear Solid, and I'd probably be happier if if it was a multi-platform game. But I just feel like it would be kind of strange. Truthfully, I feel like it would be kind of bizarre where, wait, Sony, so you're telling me you struck an exclusivity deal for Silent Hill 2 remake, but not with Metal Gear? Like Metal Gear is much more synonymous with PlayStation, in my opinion, than Silent Hill. I think Silent Hill is certainly synonymous with PlayStation. But MGS is, to a lot of people, that's a PlayStation game, So, and let's be honest. I think Kojima in the past, he's made it clear that he's a fan of Sony. He's a fan of Sony. He's a fan of PlayStation, and I think some of that decision, it wasn't just purely, I guess what I mean to say is like, I don't think Kojima really ever minded, the idea of like Metal Gear Solid 4 being exclusive to PS3 or, whatever. He's still working with Sony. So yeah, we'll have to see with Metal Gear. I'm gonna try my best not to keep like making videos about Metal Gear. Keep in mind, I know people get I know people get like agitated sometimes because they're like, "Oh my god, dude! All you do is talk about Metal Gear. All you do is talk about Showcase." But keep in mind, like anytime I make videos talking about this stuff, it's because there's an update. I don't just talk about it, saying every day like I hope we get that remake and that's all I got for you. No, like anytime I make these videos, it's because we have some type of news on it. So at this point, we'll just have to see what leaks out. Because it's clear that it's only, it's about to be March, so we only have a couple more months until E3 time. And, I think this is going to be a relatively normal year. Like, I think 2023, that reminds me, talking about a normal year, I wanted to ask you guys this, and this is where I'll end the podcast. See, I'm very glad that I only told you guys I was going to talk about the 3 topics in the title. I wanted to ask you guys, do you think this upcoming PlayStation Showcase is going to be a live in-person showcase, or do you think it's going to be a pre-recorded? Because I can't help but notice that like everything seems to be going back to like live and in-person, and I hope it does go back to live and in-person, because I like the thing I don't like about the pre-recorded shows is they're a bit too robotic. Like they're too perfect. You know what I mean? I love the live atmosphere because you could just get a different sense in the air. And when there's a audience clapping and cheering and, it just feels more, I don't know, natural. And
and the executives, they have to make sure not to screw up what they're saying. So I hope it's live, man. That would be great. I just don't know where they would hold it. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's Space Gambler Jr., remember, for 25 months. You're saying, do you think you're going to get out of here without mentioning The Last of Us HBO? Your thoughts? Your thoughts on episode 6? And are you looking forward to episode 7? You know what, dude? I totally forgot. Yeah, I didn't even talk about that. That'll be the final thing I mention. And I'm not gonna keep it as long. The past couple episodes I've been talking about The Last of Us HBO for a long time. I'm gonna keep it relatively concise. But yeah, it's crazy. I'm 7 days removed from watching it, and like I actually forgot that I didn't talk about it with you guys. Okay, so I'm now going to talk about The Last of Us HBO, specifically episode 6. Thank you for bringing it up, Space Gambler, because I totally forgot. I really, really, really enjoyed that episode. I can't help but notice that every single episode of the show, it just simply doesn't miss. It really doesn't. And I know people are being like, oh man, this is the episode where MBG goes to 5 hours. Probably not. Probably not. This show, frankly, is amazing. It doesn't miss. It's doing amazing, in my opinion. And there's a couple things in particular that, well, there's one major thing that I want to highlight about episode 6 of The Last of Us HBO, and it pertains to Joel. Also, shout out to anybody who thought that was Dina watching Ellie when they first arrived to Tommy's town. And there's like that chick just standing there, and Ellie like yells at her, and I was like, is that Dina? And it turns out, yes, it was. So they're definitely teasing certain things. They showed Shimmer, which is Ellie's horse. So definitely a prelude to things, preview, I should say, of things to come. But one thing I want to talk about in particular, like the main takeaway of this episode for me, is what they changed with Joel. Now, if you watched episode 6, Joel basically had this monologue where when he was talking, so in the game, just to give it context, in the video game, The Last of Us, when you get to Tommy's, there's like a scene, an exchange, a cutscene between Joel and Tommy where he's basically just telling him, like, I need you to take Ellie. I don't want to do this. And, you got to do this for me. And that kind of did happen in this, but there's a whole nother layer this time around with the show that was not present in the first game. And that is Joel's vulnerability and weakness. And basically throughout this episode, there were multiple times where they showed Joel like basically having a bit of a panic attack. And some people were saying that maybe, does he have a heart problem? But if you observe it closely enough, you can tell, like, no, he's having a panic attack. And I got to say, that hit me a certain way because I deal with, and I've dealt my whole life with like anxiety, and I've had panic attacks before, and they are not good. They are very, very not good. And anybody who has experienced it, you know what it's like. And it was really surprising to me to see that they are once again humanizing Joel in a way that they just didn't really do in the game. In the game, they really, and that's the thing is, yeah, exactly. You're saying in that world, it would probably be common. Absolutely. Like, I got to be honest, like when I see a world like that, I think everybody would be kind of losing their shit all the time. It's like, how could you not live in constant panic? But I thought that was really cool where they showed Joel at like 3 separate moments where he's just struggling, and he's like kind of freaking out because he's beginning to feel the fear grip him of like, he can't really keep up anymore with this shit. And he certainly, and it's not even that he can't keep up with it. The main thing he's feeling is he's once again contending with his past failures. And that he had that monologue where that he was in tears talking to Tommy, where he was basically saying that he can't stop failing and he just keeps fucking up. And ever you could tell, like, ever since what happened with Sarah, and then it just he never fully recovered, and ever since then he just feels like he's been just a fuck up ever since. And it was so well acted. I mean, Pedro Pascal is clearly going to win an award for his performance here. But what was so fucking interesting to me is like, dude, this doesn't exist in the games. This scene with Joel, this monologue, this insight into Joel as a person, as with other characters, didn't exist in the game. And yet it exists here. And they put it here for a reason. And I love this because, obviously after he talks to Tommy. See, I also want to point out in the game, Joel's more aggressive. Like in the game, Joel basically is arguing with Tommy. Like, I want you to fucking take this girl off my hands because I can't do this. And he's like kind of cold and harsh. And they did it the other way around this time. They flipped the script where he's the opposite. He's weak and he's vulnerable and he's scared and he doesn't trust himself. And he's convinced that he's going to not only get himself killed, but get her killed as well. And he wants Tommy to take her because he's convinced that she will die and he can't do it. And to me, this is much more realistic. Because in the game, in the game, you can kind of understand why they couldn't frame Joel that way, because in the game you're like killing dozens of enemies single-handedly. So it would be kind of stupid if in the game he's like, I'm too weak for this. Like, bro, what are you talking about? You just murdered like 100 people to get here. I'm pretty sure you're fine. You're lean, mean killing machine. That's the beauty of this show, is that in the game or in the show, I mean, he's hardly killed anybody so far, and he's proven that he's capable of it, and he has the ability, obviously, to defend himself and Ellie. But even like earlier in the show when he got snuck up on because he couldn't hear the kid coming, you know what I mean? He's losing his hearing. And when that would be expected, you shoot guns like that constantly or whatever, God knows where you're exposed to in that world, you're going to lose your hearing probably. So I love this because it's cool to see this done. Because I think it's going to make it a lot more difficult for people when we enter season 2 to paint Joel as the bad guy. Now, I don't know how they're going to handle like the ending. I'm sure it's basically going to, like, you can tell everything is building up to the way that they're going to do this is you can tell Joel is going to snap at some point. He's going to snap. And that moment he's going to snap is exactly when, and I just fucking love it because it's like the way that they're going to handle the ending of this is probably going to make even more sense, and it's going to feel even more impactful because it's not going to be as clear cut and simple. It's going to be much more like the build up to it is much more nuanced, where in the game, it's as simple as I went on this fucking journey and I lost my daughter before, and the hell you're taking her away from me. You're all done. And I feel like in this, it's going to be just much more like humanized, and where you're going to see Joel snap, but you're really going to, I think, be able to feel for him in a way that the game, honestly, I don't know that the game, I don't know. The game did a really, really, really good job, but I get the feeling that somehow they're actually going to be able to elevate it even further with the show, because I think people are going to walk away and be like, holy shit, like, I would have done that exact same thing. And I think with the game, it was kind of more ambiguous, and it was more like gray area where it's like, well, would you do it? Was it right? And it kind of created this discourse where it's like, no, that was wrong. But I feel like in this, it's going to be, they're setting Joel's character up to where what he's about to do is about to be much more justifiable, I think, in the eyes of the onlooker. And that's fascinating to me because it really makes me wonder, like, how are they going to handle season 2, man? I have no doubt in my mind that, yeah, Joel's going to die. Absolutely. Like they're like accelerating things now where he's the same. I don't know if you guys know this, but Joel in the show is the same age that he was in The Last of Us Part 2. There's not going to be much of a time gap, not as much anyway, or he might be even older and weaker in season 2. And it's fascinating to me because they're seemingly going to, and again, I haven't seen the whole show, so I don't know yet, but I feel like they're almost setting it up to where people are going to feel even worse about Joel's death than they did in the game. And that is, I don't quite understand this, only because it's like they're making it, by making people care even more about Joel this time around, they're making it even harder for them to get people to really care about Abby in the way that is going to be necessary. And that's the thing, though. I do want it to be known that that's the thing, is people are much more fond of the actor Pedro Pascal than they are, the standalone character Joel in the video game. That's something that is worth mentioning. Like, people love Pedro Pascal, and I mean, I'm curious to see how it's handled because, oh man, I don't know, dude. The way that they killed Joel in the fucking game was as brutal gets, man. I mean, truly brutal. Where not many like main characters in media, at least traditionally in like video games anyway, get a death like that. That's pretty rare in the gaming industry. So I guess on TV, that's the thing, is like maybe on TV it's you see stuff like this a lot more. So we'll see. But I really loved that. I really loved that episode because of how much it added to Joel's character, and obviously the relationship between Ellie and Joel, and Tommy, of course, and it's really, really exciting. And tonight's episode 7, is going to be focused on the events of Left Behind. So I'm excited, man. And and obviously the ending of episode 6, I gotta say, I was once again fucking mind blown by, like, look at this. I'm like, this just looks just like the game when they made it to the university. Every scene looked just like the fucking game. And I'm glad they handled the way that Joel got injured the way they did in the show, because I was thinking, like, in the game, the way Joel got injured, realistically, he would have died. He would not have, unless there was a full-blown hospital he could have made it to, he would have died. Ellie would not have been able to save him. That dude straight up fell from like 2 stories and got impaled. He would have died. If not immediately on impact, certainly afterwards due to infection and lack of, probably blood loss, truthfully. So the way that they did it here, or they didn't show, they just basically, I mean, some people may think that Joel actually died in the show, because they have not showed anything. So we'll see, man. I like the way that they handled it. But anyway, guys, that does it for this episode of the podcast. I'm fucking tapped out, and I refuse to let this go to 5 hours. We're going to save that. So I'm going to end it here. I want to extend a massive thank you to every single person who donated a super chat. I simply could not do what I do here without your continued support. So thank you guys so much. Really means the world to me. Huge shout out to all of my channel members. Shout out to all my audience in general. Guys, do me one last favor before you head out. Hit that like button. We could easily hit 500 likes. Huge shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps for the podcast every single week without fail. You're amazing, dude, and we appreciate the effort you put into doing that. So if you see him in the comments, give him a big thank you for doing that. And that's it. That's episode 149 in the books. I will be back here same time, same place next Sunday with another show, and who knows what topics we will have to discuss. But that's it, guys. I got to go get something to eat. So till then, take care, everyone.